them very, very quickly. And we'll no doubt be keeping our tracks on that one, as Maximize will, as his name states, maximize the value of what this represents and go down bot side and continue to pressure turrets for extra turret plate gold. Well, we'll see what they decide to do now, as the reset will come out here from Karma. No doubt sitting on a fair chunk of gold, looking to upgrade that first item, and there it is, the GLP will come on through. That's a match of Curtis's Proto Belt. So, utility going to be found in the mid lane. That could be crucial when they can free themselves up from playing ping pong to assist their team in a side lane for a matchup for a gank potential, as we see Buggy now up towards the bottom side of the map. They have the Heralds. Lane states will reset back to normal. And with another couple of minutes still very much healthy on the plates, they're going to look to try and take as much as they can before summoning that for the execution. A very early first turret to continue to snowball ahead this Kaiser. Now that is going to be the gank attempt. You can see the intention. Falconer going for the rotation to try and assist his team, but he gets a heal. It gets so much sustain. Everything invested, both flash and double ultimates. It's not enough for Mammoth Academy. They bought enough time to turn things around here. And Sally, their mid-game monster, as Oceanic shows on up and spots out Coach Curtis with no mana, no health, and nowhere to run. He's going to fall on down, but that's not going to be that Buggy going into the jungle and going for a 1v1, flourishing with the isolation. And it is an absolute disaster here at 12 minutes in. Everything going the way of Legacy Genesis. Well, who would have known so early on that the Kazakhs could get this far accelerated? Looks like a very nice scoreline there, and it's going to guarantee him the magical footwear. As if the man needs any more mobility to navigate around this map. Get to see exactly how we can continue to influence this one. Hasn't really been Vengeance's best start to his series so far. That is going to be the saving grace. You put this in the best of one like the regular league format, and he's going to be kicking himself. In the best of three, very different circumstances here, and he'll no doubt be looking at that replay of his attempt bot side and thinking how it all went so wrong. That's for Buggy. They're going to be wanting as much momentum as they can find here, and that's definitely what they have got. And they're being hurt on the rotation. Has to be the focal point right now. Legacy are hunting for the fights, they're searching for the fights, and they're finding those fights. And successful in their attempts are they? But they have yet to fall on down. But the big question point becomes, when we hit that 18 to 22 minute mark, what do Mammoth Academy still have left in the bank to try and stabilize things? Because they're down by 2.5k at this stage. It's not been blown out of the water, but it's starting to creep up to scary, scary territory.
The thing is, Skimmy, is that when you do see the composition of Mammoth Academy, you know, when you see the Nautilus, the Lysandra, the Volibear, the ultimates that they possess on that team, they do have the power to swing that one team fight. And, you know, it could be a 2k team fight, it could be a 3k team fight. So they're definitely not out of it by any means, and they still have the win condition that is that Fiora.
That's no doubt what they're going to be banking on. They have gone for the Ravenous Hydrates there with the Sheen, so definitely some very strong trading potential. And that's only going to get worse from this point onwards, as he'll be saying, anybody can match me in this 1v1. I am the king of 1v1s. Very, very hard to try and take down a Fiora. And as you can see there from the gold, leads it by a country mile, sitting at 5.8. But based on the amount of success that Buggy has found, you said that a Kazakhs needs resources. Well, he's there, and he's matching that of a Fiora so far.
Yeah, what I said about Kazakhs needing resources, and the fact that if he does miss that window of getting himself ahead, he may be irrelevant in this game, is definitely long gone. This Kazakhs is probably the strongest member on Summoner's Rift right now. I don't think he'll have a problem taking down anyone in the 1v1 or in the 2v2. So, you know, wherever Buggy goes, he really can take over the game.
You can see there also, big lead found in the bottom lane here for Starred, based on the fact of two very successful ganks going their way.
Oh, you know what I just realized too, Skinny? Is
What's
the fact that Buggy was playing mid lane or split.
Yes.
And he did play, Faulkner did play the Azir once, but this is kind of the second or third time that,
Buggy went, what did he go? He went jungle Nidalee and Faulkner played mid Azir. We had that as a one-time occasion. Good spotting.
Yeah, I just thought, like, you know, I didn't think we'd see any drastic changes, so I thought, okay, you know, this is just normal Legacy Genesis, but this is definitely far from normal, right? This is the second or third time that we've seen it.
We are very much focused on the Curtis in the mid lane. That has to be the biggest change up here. But Legacy Genesis continues to showcase that they have flexibility not only in their roster, but in their champion pool too, to show that these two in particular can bounce between both lanes very, very easily. Now, Falcon on the bottom side of the map right now. The tether will break. Here comes Sally on the hunt. Flash goes out. Volibear on the chase, using the ultimate. Not going to be able to deny that turret, but definitely going to be able to stun that target down. Falconer falls. And no chance to survive that situation. They're going to make it an easy double kill, and Curtis will get himself on the score sheet as the turret falls down as well. And Mammoth, at the 16-minute mark, shows signs of life.
Yeah, this was the window of opportunity that we were talking about, right? You know, around Maximize, he's your strongest player on the map right now. So play to him. You know they're going to try 1 to 2 to 3-man him, and each time that play goes wrong for Legacy Genesis, this Renekton falls further and further behind, and eventually becomes unstoppable. We may even see Maximize on this Fiora take 2 turrets, but he's opted out and he's going to take the Krugs into a reset. But very good usage of that TP, and really well done from Mammoth Academy to find their window of opportunity back into the game.
It certainly is. It could be very interesting now to see how much it actually impacts the state of the game as a whole. For Renekton, no doubt going to still be looking to match that and keep himself on this side of the map, given that the next dragon will be up in 45 seconds. Does have that teleport, so could actually opt to go back top side. He's going to go for a reset, as it appears that Maximize, having gone for the completed shot, will be going in that direction as well. And that's going to be the big talking point as to will Mammoth commit numbers in the area for that third dragon, or will they look to try and pressure those second turrets on either top or bot?
And, it's kind of a really bad mistake from Legacy Genesis, right? They have this really strong jungler, really strong bot lane, and they actually make plays away from them. And we do see teams do this quite often, and maybe it's a little bit of an inexperienced thing, right? They're trying to win all parts of the map, but sometimes in a game, you actually you aren't able to do that, right? Sometimes in a game, you just need to play to who's most fed, and in this case, it's buggy and it's styled, so play towards them and stop playing towards the win condition of Mammoth Academy. Make him come to you. Bring the Fiora to you. Start securing these objectives.
That seems to be the case right now, knowing that Buggy is so far ahead. He's gone for the Herald, going to go into a very easy and quick Dragon. And Maximize is going to make light work of that top turret as a result. Going to drop it very low, need to back away, building up a very healthy CS lead in the process, up by now, 40? Very significant amount here, and it's, I don't want to say worrying signs for Sally on the Renekton, but we know exactly what he's looking to try and achieve as a mid-game champion.
I think if you'll
be able to find those moments.
I think if you're ever down 30 CS on the Croc, you should start worrying, because it's just not a champion that brings you back into a matchup, right? It's a champion that starts strong, runs away with the game, as opposed to comes back from a 30 CF deficit. So, once this Fiora dings this Trinity Force, it's going to be very, very rough for Renekton, and we're already seeing that they're trying to somewhat compensate for him by moving their bot lane up each time Fiora does something, and each time Legacy Genesis do this, they're kind of stalling the inevitable, right? They're giving Maximize time, they're giving Mammoth Academy time to start to build that strength up, and we'll have to see how that plays out.
Curious for the sake of, do they decide to then try and bring Renekton to the fold of things and say, look, I've got a Black Cleaver, I've got the executions, I can buff up the damage that this very fed Kha'Zix can bring to the table. That's going to be the case here, as they are going to meet up in that top lane and mitigate what was a very strong push only moments prior here by Maximize.
Well, the thing is, right, Legacy Genesis aren't in a bad spot, but the one thing that they do, or you do against a Fiora that kind of has agency in the side lane, is you start forcing neutral objective fights, right? And so the game's in a current point where Mammoth Academy are happy to give dragons away. And they're probably happy to give the next dragon away in 3 minutes, as long as Fiora can get her items. But the real danger point comes from when Legacy Genesis really start threatening that Baron. Because at a certain point, your split pusher has to come group, or you have to fight that Baron 4v5. And so Legacy Genesis are just waiting their time. They're happy with the current game state. They're happy with the strength of their Kha'Zix and their Kai'Sa. And they're just going to wait till this Baron spawns. And Taric is actually one of the best Baron takers in the game, because if you don't know, Taric gets cooldown resets from auto-attacking, right? And so if Taric is just perma-auto-attacking the Baron, he actually keeps your whole team topped up on health. So you can permanently bait Baron or permanently start Baron with a Taric on your team. And so this is what I want to see from Legacy Genesis. Sure, it's not right now at 20 minutes, but they should be more than willing to kind of have that team fight at Baron.
And no doubt going to be looking more and more real as we get closer and closer to this fourth dragon of the game. It's going to be a flash forward there by Nausicaa, looking to lock in place the volley bear. Fruitcake going to jump in and try and form some assistance, but he's baited himself, but he will fall on down. Buggy makes a light work of that one, that is for sure. Mincemeat destroyed, no stone plate, no chance to survive. Now the Kha'Zix's 4-0. Anywhere he goes, you definitely get very concerned. There's 2 minutes on that next dragon, and the timer is definitely on.
Yeah, interesting that Fruitcake actually opted in for the, help me out with the name. I haven't built that item in so long, I forgot the name now.
Oh, the Zeeks?
Zeeks, that's right, my bad. But, the Baron's being started here, so we'll see how this turret keeps them popped up, but have a look at that. It's just perma shields and perma healing. Yes, he will go but you're playing for the finish.
They got given the invitation. Bear in mind, the Northwest had to burn both summoners to try and make that play happen. Now they baited them off. There goes the Dominus. Renekton trying to survive as long as possible. Everybody stacking up there for the Cosmic Radiance. Invulnerable for 2.5 seconds. Can they find a target within that time? They find one, but now Starled has been separated from the rest of the team. Flashes back into the Baron pit, but will not be successful. Fura's grouped up and Fura connects. Finds one. Can they find more? The less numbers that are there, the more that a Fura can flourish. And look at that damage that Maximize can do when given an invitation to pop off. They find two, and a fight that was meant to favor Legacy. Mammoth welcome it, and they take it.
Yeah, Mammoth Academy just executed that team fight far better than the side of Legacy Genesis, right? They have no business winning that team fight. If you draft a Karma, a Taric, a Kai'Sa, and you're losing the 3 or the 4-man team fight, then you probably played it wrong in a significant way. And, we talk about Maximize on the Fura, but watch it, okay? Kha'Zix takes half HP in damage, not on the Baron buff. That's the first mistake there, right? Renekton's half. So look at the HP bars of Legacy Genesis. They've just been kited, poked out, starting the fight on half HP. Yes, it's a nice kill onto Kurtis, but Style just went in for the backline. A little bit too deep, can't get any health there. Flashes when he's already dead, and soon as your Kai'Sa dies in this composition, you have no damage anymore. And we're just seeing Mammoth Academy run over the fight here, and yes, we talk about Maximize a lot, and we probably sound like a broken record, but he's able to just group and team fight on this champion, and they played the team fight extremely well, so he's hit that 2 items now, and it's looking really scary in the side lane.
Certainly is, and it's worrying times, especially because the fact that Exton actually went for that tier very early on into the laning phase doesn't mean that he is able to evolve into the Muramana very early on as a result. So still a power spike waiting to be achieved here by Styled, and one that will be so desperately necessary and hoping for, because if that is a Killer Instinct in for an instant one-shot, that disengage attempt might be a little more successful as a result. Legacy Genesis no doubt now playing for that soul point. They've set a clock to say 27 minutes is when we're ready to party. And with 3 Cloud Dragons, there's a ton of mobility that could be a big deciding factor for navigating these fights to a little bit more success.
Well, this actually might be one of the best Cloud Drake drafts I've ever seen. Cloud Soul. Renekton pops Dominus, gets the move speed. Kha'Zix pops the ultimate, gets move speed. Karma pops, the ult into Empowered Shield, gets move speed. So, if I'm being optimistic, it is actually a decent enough dragon in this game, right? Obviously, it's still the worst dragon, but hold that thought. Seeing a turret
Here comes
live.
the 4-man collapse top side. Yep, the turret falls on down. Now Maximus on the great hunt. The runaway, but not going to be enough here, as it will be Sully that finds himself a little bit of sweet revenge in that topside matchup. And knowing that he is down for 35 seconds and does not have that teleport, Legacy Genesis might once again go back to the Baron.
This actually looks like a Baron angle from Legacy Genesis now. Might have to be a 4v5 contest, but keep in mind they did use some valuable ultimates, right? Kai'Sa ult is down. They still have the Taric. What will they do here? Are they going to go for the Smite still? Are they playing for the 50-50?
What do we have? No True Shot Barrage, but they will have the Stormbringer as well as the Frozen Tomb. That's the Empowered Shield, the Cosmic Radiance, the 2-man stun. Out goes the Stopwatch. The Def and Delete, they can't find it. Everything that Vengeance threw their way was negated, cancelled out, and prevented.
It's a really good...
He has no mana, they can't start it up again.
Yeah, and this is the... I hyped Taric up on the Baron buff and said, you can do Baron buff all day, but the one negative to Taric is that he does actually go And... that's what we saw there. Yes, good Cosmic Radiance, but the Volley Bear ultimate combined with Lyssandra's Frozen Tomb self-cast was enough to just stall out the duration of the Taric ult and disengage that fight 4v5. So really well played again from Mammoth Academy. It seems like they're playing the skirmishes, or at least the team fights, just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. You know, in a 4v5, that should be a complete wipe. Or at least Legacy Genesis should pick up more kills than what they did. So Mammoth Academy really stalled enough time for Maximize to respawn, get bot lane, and just relentlessly trying to punish this Fiora.
Certainly are, and why would you not at this stage? Because you know that they're on a 2-item spike, you know that Death's Dance is coming very shortly as well, and at that point you start to really sweat and get worried about, well, how do we even respond to this one? We've gone for a double support comp. Style has now hit that 2-item spike. He is a big focal point of this composition. He needs to pop off. And we need to try and take advantage of these situations when numbers are in our court. 4v5. It's been 2 attempts on the Baron right now. They know how close this game is. They know that they need to force something on the map to match this pressure they're finding elsewhere. And hence why they continue to visit this area of the map.
Yeah, you know what? It's good that they have the right idea, right? You know, they're making the right play. They're on the right side of the map. For Legacy Genesis right now, it's just execution. Are they able to find that window of opportunity? Are they able to kind of just accelerate the game that little bit further than they're already in? Because, you know, yes, they're only up 200 gold, 100 gold, but, you know, it's a dead even game. Let's just be honest. Compositionally, they're in a very good spot. But you could make the argument for both teams too, right? You know, both teams have their kind of win condition online, if you will.
And bearing in mind how far behind Vengeance was to start off this game, he's done a fantastic job pulling himself back in. You know, the fact he was down by a substantial amount of not only XP but gold. He's come back now at 3-1. He's got that Righteous Glory, and with the blue smite buff as well. No doubt going to be very much a threat and a thorn in their backside to lock down a key target and ensure that they fall on down.
I've had my fair few of Volibear 0-10 games, and I've also had my few, you know, 5-0 Volibear games. I'm not going to say that I've ever gotten 10 kills on Volibear, but just from Volibear's kit, the fact that you have to be in melee range and jump into backline, or, you know, at least, you know, you got to jump somewhere, right? It is very easy to accrue a lot of deaths on Volibear if you fall behind early. So yes, Vengeance has done a very good job to, you know, A, not int when behind, but B, get himself into a spot where he's very strong now for his team, and especially in these team fight scenarios.
Well, here we go, Juves. 15 seconds on the clock, 28 minutes into this very first game of the best-of-3 quarter-final, and Legacy Genesis are now posturing for a Cloud Soul. That's going to be Norsga that leads the line. They find a target, he stuns them in place. Cosmic Radiance buffers their health, keeps them topped up. Style now looking for a kill, but the target he goes for locks them in place in the status. Jumps across the wall and falls on down. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Lots of ultimates have to be burnt, and I don't think Vengeance have neither the resources or the HP to contest this.
Well, Fiora's going to TP in, but I think it's just too little too late. That one's going down really fast. 50-50. Kha'Zix's got it.
There it is. 3 Cloud Dragons, all the movement speed in the world. Legacy Genesis guaranteed themselves that big strength, and they've denied away that teleport as well. That could be big.
So, hear me out. I don't know if it makes this much of a difference, right? But in this specific scenario, in this specific game, I think Fruitcake would have benefited a million times more from having a stone play as opposed to the Zeeks. Zeeks is really good on champions that auto-attack as like a predominant way of dealing damage. Ezreal, on the other hand, does a lot of damage from Qs, right? If you land Qs, Q cooldown like goes down and you can do so much more damage. And, you know, he's opted in for the Zeke. Sure, it's nice, but I just looked at the way that last team fight played out, and I think that if he had the stone plate, potentially he's alive for a little bit longer, or he's able to, you know, dish out that CC and put people on lockdown for a little bit longer than he did, and maybe just turn that team fight. Because my eyes were on him, my eyes were on his itemization, and I think maybe it just could be a little bit better this game.
He's still got a fair bit of time before he can hit that second item. And you can see he's already gone for the cloak as well as the stopwatch, but getting a bit more money before he can find himself in that kind of comfort. And I'm not sure if Legacy Genesis are going to afford them that kind of liberty. They know that they got 5 minutes to play for an Elder. No doubt we're going to see them revisit the Baron for a third time to try and start things up here. Both AD carries are well and truly in the driving seat now with 3 items to their name.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't state the importance of 3 items for both these ADs, right? Once Israel gets that Death Dance, becomes a pseudo-bruiser, if you will. Obviously, I'm joking there, but you know what I mean. He just becomes so tanky, especially because Israel is fending for himself against this Kha'Zix and Renekton. And, you know, Kai'Sa, much of the same, really needs that that Manamune upgrade to the Muramana as well as the Stinger to start doing a lot of damage. And Nozick is actually just playmaking with this Taric, which is something we're not used to seeing. He's just flashing forward, landing stuns, starting fights himself, and Fiora's online.
Yep, certainly is. Sally going to do whatever he can. It's a beautiful stopwatch underneath the turret. That actually prevents Sally from falling on down. Dominus continues. And the turret aggro juggles as there were no minions left. That bought enough time for Legacy to show some attention as Start actually comes on down here if that fight were to continue. But everybody else is still preoccupied topside.
That's a fast Volibear.
Certainly is. That is the benefit of the Righteous Glory and the Blue Smite. Locks him in place. And Falconer will show him the respect by flashing away.
Yeah, it's a pretty big cooldown though, right? Volibear cooldown's gone down, but you know, Faulkner, yes, has to burn the flash, of course. That's a big cooldown too. But Volibear's a champion. Ooh.
Very close. Oh, no, Bug is committing for more. Both flashes having to be burnt there. As they look to try and disengage away by hitting that blast cone and hoping for the best. Pressure shown towards Exodin. Will start having everything available to himself. That surely has to become priority number one.
I'm just confused about that whole interaction there. I'm not even going to try and analyze it. Kha'Zix kind of did a little bit of a drive-by, tagged him, said, hey, how you going? Ezreal kind of panicked, went over to the blast cone, and then I think he realized later that he was not going for that kill. Hold that thought. Curtis is caught.
No, Curtis has been caught. Killer Instinct guarantees it as he picks that kill up for himself. Now another situation, another chance for Legacy in the area to go for a Baron. 4v5.
Yeah, another 4v5 though. How many 4v5s have Mammoth Academy, you know, fended off? So I'm holding my breath here because, you know, potentially we just see another one. Maximize is level 17. Keep your eyes on him in this team fight. It's going to be crucial.
Maximize is in the area, as you highlight. Not down bot side, doesn't have a teleport, so he's in the right place at the right time. Baron dropped down to half, but Legacy want that fight. They want more. 4v5, it's not enough. Fruitcake looking to disengage away. Use the ultimate, gets knocked and punched into that shrub. Falls on down eventually. Sally leads the line. The Crocodile Hunter has met his match. A shutdown comes across. Style has hit that point of the game where they can capitalize on an Ezreal that has gone the Bruiser route but has nowhere to run. He's going to fall on down. The Baron baits continue to be the sole focus here.
I was a little bit shocked that Kai'Sa got to ulti again because she just ulted to kill the Lissandra, but I took a quick check of the dragons that they've secured, and 3 Cloud Dragons to the name of Kai'Sa, so you know, no surprise, able to ult in twice there. We're seeing a TP flank coming in from Curtis, and Vengeance.
Stormbreaker, can they steal? They've stolen it. They've done the unthinkable. In a 2v5 situation, Mammoth say this game will go on just a little bit longer. He Zonias, he survives, he picks up all the kills before he falls on down. Big Coach Curtis, he's got the CS, he's got the triple kills, he's got the chance to make this game go an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, Coach Curtis and Vengeance, the heroes coming out of Mammoth Academy, and it's so hard to stop a rampaging bear from getting into the pit there. Not sure what Legacy Genesis could have done to stop him from getting in, and really good smite secure, picking up a few kills too on the back end. Now, do Mammoth Academy have any Barons? Yes, they got it on the Volibear. Now, was Maximize alive in time to get the buff? If Maximize has the buff, this is really big problems for Legacy Genesis because, you know, the win condition, the side laner that really has no answer at the moment is going to just have a field day in the side.
No doubt we'll get to see it when the spectator pans across, because as you say, that is a big point of worry. Not only the individual strength it possesses, but the ability to
look at this replay. Look at the bear.
Let's check this. This is insane. Let's see how close it was.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, like the way you stop that, I guess, is if Renekton's just there and stuns the Volibear. So there's definitely a way they could have played that a lot better, but you know, Mammoth Academy just committed to that play. They made the decision to use Lissandra's teleport to get on in, and they were rewarded for their kind of, you know, aggressive play, because that has the potential to just be game ending, right? If Mammoth Academy don't get that smite steal, then you know they've kind of just done a big in and it's over. Oh, Elder Soul's up.
Certainly is, and that is now Legacy saying we've had enough. These big Baron buffs, these big deciding buffs, I should say. We want them. We won't get them across the free, but look at top sides.
Yeah, they're pulling the trigger, right? They're saying we have to do this because Fiora's going to take our base, and this is what we we're talking about before. If you force neutral objectives, force Fiora to come to the team fight, that's going to be your window of opportunity, and we may just see another 50-50, and how's Buggy's mentality?
Teleports are available if top lanes want to interact and make this a 5v5.
Look at Lissandra.
The Elder gets lower and lower. That's Lissandra with Zonia's and a proto belt. That's the initiation. Wow. Exeter, no flash, no chance to survive. This time Curtis finds the Frozen Tomb, but this time the Cosmic Radiance from Tarek is phenomenal in denying it all. The definition of insanity won't be read out aloud here by Legacy Genesis today. They say, fool me once, shame on me, but fool me twice. It's not going to happen. You get the Baron, but we get the Elder.
Wait, that was pretty smooth. I have to admit, that was like in the midst of a team fight dance. Tarek puts the stun, or the binding rather, on top of Kha'Zix, and they're able to just maneuver it in a way where it stuns Xden, insta one-shot the Ezreal, and just clean up that team fight. You know, Xden had flash, heal up, everything, but like I said, if the Kha'Zix is in stealth, you just can't see the stun coming on through, so well executed.
Well, here we go, Legacy Genesis, they're going to go for the game-winning push right now. Curtis is up in 10 seconds if they can hold just a little bit longer. But you know that Legacy Genesis want to force those fights. They want to utilize the full power that Elder buff threatens them with. But they have been pushed back just for the meantime.
That's the one thing that kind of, they got spotted out there, but the one thing that Elder Drake kind of doesn't do, obviously, is enhance minions. And so a lot of the time, unless you just straight tower dive, it's very hard to actually end on an Elder. Often you see games that get ended on Elder and Baron, because at that time you can't really clear the Baron buff minions, right? You know, but that was like, you thought that was going to be game ending, and I thought that was going to be game ending, but they just had enough wave clear to get rid of the minion wave, and they weren't willing to commit to a dive with, with no minions.
Will Mammoth Academy be afforded one more chance at redemption here to try and make this game go their way? Bloodthirster is now here for Fiora as the full fight, and so much shielding, sustain, and dueling potential. And Curtis has gone in the same area, but surely Sally spotted them. Surely he's seen them from that tri-brush wards. Don't go for the 1v2.
Oh, the TP. Look, the TP coming on through from the Fiora, and sorry, from the Karma rather.
They've actually feigned the ability to say, we didn't even know you were there. He's holding that turret, 1v2, out goes to Dominus. Maximize actually jumping into the base, maybe looking for some cheeky shenanigans and trying to end this game on his own. But Curtis has been left behind, used the Frozen Tomb, cycles that then into the Zonias, and 1v5 collapsed upon and says, why me? That means he is now 4-7-2. And Legacy Genesis, as this game really has all been about to open up the playoffs, are in another 4v5.
And this is a 45-second timer with super minions in the mid lane. So what Mammoth Academy need to do is they need to get that minion wave. They need to stop that minion wave from coming in, and potentially it is just a little bit too far for them to end. But yeah, they decided against ending or trying to, and they're going to just play for that top lane turret.
Maximize level 18 and soon to be at 18,000 gold as well. Kind of poetic to see the numbers that high for him. And on a comfort champion, he's showcased all 10 weeks long. And it's not been going his way so far. He's tried his hardest in the side lanes, but Legacy have come in here with an idea, a way to shut him down, not only champion matchup related, but strategy-wise. And so far, so good at the 38-minute mark. It has gone the distance, but Legacy, you'd have to say at this point in the game, are looking likely to try and close this one out.
Well, it's also important to remember that the game kind of goes back to a dead state, right? Once the Elder Drake goes down, like it has, then there's pretty much no advantage. It is only 2k, Skimmy, right? In terms of gold, in terms of itemization, we're probably just even around the board. There's no real big CS differentials, and there's no big kind of... Oh, hold that thought, might be another steal. Yeah, they're not risking it.
Teleport. This is going to be a situation where Legacy themselves are in a 5v4, and if Maximize can pick them apart one by one, this is disastrous for them. Out goes the Cosmic Radiance, and Northscar has been so phenomenal, so fantastic on this Tarek, but this time he'll fall on down. And a caster curse working against myself this time. As Mammoth say, it is a neutral state, Jubes, but we will guarantee ourselves with teleport advantage the Baron. But what do Legacy Genesis still have available to them? Can they turn it around? Can they make it a 4v5? Both bruisers in the front of things. They're looking to do whatever they can, soak up all that damage, free up their AD carries, make sure that they can do damage. But Exton's had enough. He finds two. Maximize gets one. He gets a shutdown. And he says, I am so fed, I am so frustrated, it's my most played champion for a reason. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why.
I mean, there's so much to digest there. There were so many fights on the back end. We saw Curtis stalling 2 members on the top side. He actually went to ulti the Kha'Zix as Lissandra, and Lissandras can have their ultimate blinded so that if they misclick or the person goes out of vision, it actually self-casts ult. And that's what we saw there, and I thought it was going to be a disaster for Mammoth Academy, but might see a steal. I'm going to hold my breath. Look at him.
We see 2 steals on the same day. He's popping his ultimate as long as he can, trying to be invisible, trying to shoot them out.
Okay.
But he can't avoid death for much longer. Mammoth doing a fantastic job there of stalling out the Baron claim, but having numbers in the area to prevent any kind of exit plan there.
And you have to think that's actually not worth from Buggy. Yes, they were going to get a Baron on a Fiora, but you have to say that the biggest fight here, Skimmy, is the Elder Drake fight. If they get another Elder Drake, they have potential to end the game, and so by Buggy dying there and stalling his death out for as long as he did, he's actually not alive to contest. So if Mammoth Academy do decide to just rush that Elder Drake down, there will be no jungler to smite secure, and maybe they're not even going to play for that. Maybe they're just going to go straight down mid and let Fiora take base.
Yep, he's going to spawn when that Elder spawns as well, so very close on the clock will they be. But Mammoth say, we're going to turn things around. You were so close to ending this game. You've taken 1 of our 2 Nexus turrets, but it wasn't enough. We've got the Baron buff, our second of the game. We stole 1, we claim 1, we've denied 1, and it's our chance to end this game once and for all.
Yeah, and so potentially we might see just another team fight to end the game. The team fight to end all team fights. Look at that, 3 cannon minions in that wave.
And this is such a rough situation for Sally because yes, he has teleport
He can't
advantage,
clear.
but he cannot teleport away. I don't
No.
see a situation in which he can teleport away or can he actually match the clear. This is such a rough spot for Legacy.
I don't see a situation where he actually holds the Fiora. He's just going to get towered over at this point, and you know, we're seeing Maximize really do that, and Renekton's already had the burn ultimate. Maximize still has his.
No, Legacy have been brought apart. They've had to take members back to the base to try and hold them off, but Maximize has been shown the amount of pressure that he can create. And that's going to guarantee a fight works against him in one area, works against him in the base. And at 42 minutes, it's a crushing, demoralizing defeat here for Legacy. But Mammoth showcased the goods. They utilized their composition. They waited for the perfect opportunity. They brought it back to late game. And when the stars aligned, they said, this best of 3 series is ours to start off with a dub.
Yeah, I mean, what a game, huh? It was such a good way to start this series out, and it was so many backwards and forwards moments, and either team could have won, and it really did flip on just a couple of times. One little superstar or standout moment, you know, you have to say Vengeance getting that steal, Coach Curtis being able to storm multiple members with his Lissandra, Maximize able to outplay team fights, get in and out, and Legacy Genesis were definitely the better team in the early game, right? Like I think they had the play of the map. They were the ones making the plays, getting the leads. But Mammoth Academy, like we see them do so often, they're able to just drag the game into deep waters where they're most comfortable, where they can kind of, you know, flare their mechanical skill, if you will, where we can see Maximize really take over on his side lane kind of champions. And that's what we saw that game, right? The amount of pressure generated forced Legacy Genesis to make decisions in which sometimes they weren't the best ones.
Well, James, what an interesting start to the quarterfinals here, the playoffs for OCS in 2020. The game 1 really delivered on 2 different fronts, emotions back and forth, and no doubt the players will be looking to try and utilize this small bit of downtime to reset their mental and get themselves geared up for game 2. So we're going to jump to a quick break, and when we return, game number 2. Well, where do we even begin with that very first game there, Juves, at the quarterfinals? The game that looked to be Legacy Genesis and Mammoth Academy both showcasing that they had so much strategy and understanding of what their win conditions were, but that Baron Steel has to be the biggest turning point, surely.
Yeah, the Baron Steel is like a culmination of how the game played out and the pressure that Maximize was able to generate, right? Yes, they just lost the team fight, and if you're being really critical of Legacy Genesis, it's probably a game they shouldn't have lost because you should be able to prepare like around Baron better, especially when you have the man advantage, right? You don't need all 4 members or 5 members sitting in a pit trying to secure it. You know, there should be people outside denying the volley bear from getting inside. But, you know, it is what it is. He stole the Baron. But the one kind of staple in that game and the one consistent player who was able to just kind of play his game uninterrupted was Maximize. And we kept talking about him and we kept saying this is a ticking time bomb and this is the one game that Mammoth Academy will win the game. And that's what we see, you know, we've seen for like the last, I'm going to say like 7 weeks, was that Maximize on a carry would ultimately end up, you know, winning the game. And then we saw a couple of weeks where he would be put on tanks. And I think that's where we kind of started to see Mammoth Academy kind of dip in form, if you will. I mean, you can say otherwise if you disagree, but I mean, this is the Mammoth Academy that we know and the one that was so successful throughout the year, and they've gone back to their roots for the best of 3.
There it is there, Jubes, though. They banned away Camille last time. This time, they'll ban away the Fiora as well in their first rotation. They're not taking any chances. We saw a lot of teams do this in the last few weeks of the regular split as well, and to good effect. You know, we talk about Maximize so much, and for good reason too. Mammoth Academy going to open up a very similar style as well. They're going to ban away pretty much the same champions as they did before. The only difference being they're going to ban away the Karma instead of the Ashe, which they themselves will pick up to start this draft off with.
Yeah, Ashe is kind of like that staple pick now, right? A lot of the time you see Ashe Karma being, you know, a pair or a duo in bot lane, but they're definitely not playing it in any role because I think Karma is really strong when you can flex it too, right? Yes, you can always put a bot lane, but the fact that it's a flex makes it so much more valuable. And I'm not entirely sure if Curtis plays it. Now, I know he's played a lot of champions in his time, but it's probably they want Curtis on more of that, you know, playmaking champion, right? His first game was on the Lissandra. If he can get his hands on that Twisted Fate or Galio, I think that's what they'll opt in for. And you know, we've seen Buggy go back to the mid lane for this game, but they've still picked the Kha'Zix. Again, you know, they could still swap, who knows? Ultimately, we don't get to decide what they do, but important to note, Faulkner is in the jungle position now, and Orianna being locked in, just a safe mid laner, and Orianna can become volatile if you have a weak jungle matchup, right? So if Legacy Genesis, which we already know they've got the Kha'Zix, didn't have kind of a priority jungle matchup, one that can protect Orianna, then I would expect Curtis to pick something a little more volatile and something that can punish in the 2v2.
Certainly can, and it's going to be interesting to see the fact that both junglers almost handshaked and said, look, we want to stick with what worked for us last game. Legacy in their end saying we're very happy with how things panned out, the amount of pressure we were able to put on the map. We just think for us, the Fiora difference really was what really lost us that game. As for Mammoth, they're saying, well, we're quite happy. You know, even mistakes aside, how far Vengeance fell behind, his ability to come back and find ultimate success in that mid to late.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I thought his game was doomed, right? I thought it was over. He was getting forced out of his jungle by a Kha'Zix. He was just, you know, 3 kills down, a level down, camps down, and he just made it work. He managed to pick kills up in skirmishes, and ultimately, like, if you're just outplaying your team in skirmishes, right, you know, it doesn't really matter what you do in the early game, I guess, but it's not something that you want to rest on. It's not something that you're like, oh, I'm just going to be better in a skirmish, so it's okay if I fall behind. I think he won't be happy with how his early game played out. And I think Legacy Genesis will take a lot of confidence from how the early game played out, right? You know, maybe they're saying to themselves, hey, 7 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times, we will close that game out. And we see the adjustments already. They've banned Camille and Fiora because they don't want them to have, or Mammoth Academy to have that late game win condition that we see so often, especially when it's on the likes of the Camille, Fiora, even the Aatrox at times that we've seen. So getting that one out as quick as possible.
It looks to me, now correct me if I'm wrong, it looks to me as if Legacy Genesis are trying to tunnel Maximize towards playing an Ornn or a tank of some sort, because look at this, 4 bruiser bans. When do you ever see a player command this much respect? It's absolutely insane. And to top things off, they're going to match that Ashe by going for a Jhin, a pick that we've started to see come into light a lot more, especially since Aphelios has been nerfed into the ground. We are on the live patch of 10.15, so Jhin going to be a case of showcasing what he can do from afar. We know that with his unique range and his ability to hit those really strong fourth shots, Should be a little bit nimble, obviously to be a little bit concerned about the amount of dive initiation that Mammoth will possess, but with the Kennen as well, you've now got yourself a very strong composition that can dive, find a target, and a wombo combo.
Yeah, I do see some people, and maybe yourself, Skimmy, wondering why there's a Jhin pick, and I like to think of this in like a three-way sense. So Caitlyn is pretty strong, right? And Ashe is good into Caitlyn. Obviously, Caitlyn's been banned, but Ashe is good into Caitlyn, and Jhin is good into Ashe. And then Ashe is good into Kate, and then it's like that triangle, right? Like they can all kind of lane against each other. So potentially this is just something that Legacy Genesis knew Mammoth Academy would pick. And I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to kind of figure out that someone's going to pick Ashe if it's left open. And they've got this kind of Jhin, I'm not even going to call it a counter pick, but this Jhin lane prepped. You know, it's not a miserable lane to play for either AD, but it's just something that's playable for Jhin.
Interesting to see the fact that we will get that Scion. We've only seen one Scion here in the OCS. Hasn't been too much of a popular pick, but in the OPL we've definitely seen a lot of the top laners pick it up in recent weeks are gone, and definitely for good reason too. The amount of initiation it possesses, you don't have any real clear way to shut it down, the likes of a Trundle, for instance. That can just chuck up a pillar and interrupt his charge on in. Soaks up, plays very much to the maximized game style, but definitely can group to a lot more successful effect here too. So from that standpoint, similarities I suppose can already be drawn, and in the bot side as well, once again, two very hard initiate focus or orientated supports.
Yeah, I'm super keen to see, and keep in mind, right, Buggy actually has the Kha'Zix and Faulkner has the Orianna. I've just noticed that now. So we will be seeing Buggy in the jungle and we will see Faulkner in mid lane again.
Yep.
And this is something that isn't, you know, a staple for Legacy Genesis, right? They did it for 1 week, they did it for 2 weeks, and now this is something that they're just permanently doing, it looks like. And you know, what a time to do this, because you have to be very confident in swapping your players around in positions, especially in jungle mid. It's just like the two most influential positions in a competitive game, and they just decided, yeah, you know what, I'll play jungle in the playoffs. And you know, them being one game down really just, you know, speaks to how confident they are in executing kind of in this game. And now, the one thing that you mentioned that I want to talk about is this bot lane. It is extremely volatile in the sense that if either AD dies or if either AD has to burn summoners, just by the nature of them having no mobility, it is probably going to be a field day for these junglers.
Sure.
And so, you know, I want to see both junglers kind of path towards bot lane, seeing if they can get a summoner or a kill. You know, my money would be on the Volibear. Obviously, the flash kind of, you can basically flash auto QW, proc press the attack instantly, and the burst damage that comes through, a lot of players don't expect it, so they don't use summoners and they end up dying. But it is a very volatile lane from both teams.
And I suppose the question then to touch on game number one, what we liked from Legacy Genesis and what we liked from Mammoth Academy. We talk about Legacy having this understanding of we need to get ourselves ahead. We need to be at our strongest in that mid game to command not only the objectives, but the pressure around the map to keep ourselves always ahead of what this Fiora is looking to achieve. Obviously a very different story this time around, but you know, where are those strengths? Are we expecting it all to be focused on bot lane, or could we see that swing matchup take place in mid here as well?
Well, Scion actually doesn't have... Scion's lane is quite good into range champs, is what I'm trying to say, right?
Sure.
There's definitely melee champions in top of a far worse time than Scion. Just from the nature of Scion's kit, he's able to, you know, if the range matchup actually misplays, so in this instance, if Kennen misplays, Scion actually has windows where he can trade back, just from, you know, shoving a minion into the Kennen, you know, popping the shield, getting a little bit of AoE damage onto the Kennen. But he definitely has windows, right, where you can charge the Q and even just bush cheats. And so Scion for me is a champion that can actually like gracefully lose lane, or at times can win lanes that you think he shouldn't. And that's if you consider there to be like a player gap. So I think Maximize is really comfortable on this champ, and it's probably one of the tanks that he's been working on. And I've definitely played with him in solo queue where he's actually picked it a few times. So I'm excited to see how he plays this lane, and alternatively how Sally responds. Right, you know, he had a game where he was pretty much, I'm not going to say non-existent. It's just that the draft didn't allow him to exist, if that makes sense. They gave Maximize one of his best champions. He was put on kind of a timer matchup where he just had to bide his time and hope his team won the game. But now the onus is kind of on Sally to be able to accrue the lead in lane and have some really big impact TPs and big team fights. So it's cool to see this shift in dynamic in the top side of the map.
So then that follow up into my next question of looking at how last game was very much mid game versus late game, play the side lane, wait for that Fiora pop off moment. We come into this one. Are we drawing any similarities, or are there any real key parts of the game that you want to really say this is where we need to see certain things happen?
It's funny because both comps actually have a pretty decent team fight composition. I will say though, a lot of the time that you see immobile ADs kind of phased out of the meta, it's because bruisers and tank tops are kind of bought in, or they have trouble killing them. And so now the problem that you may see this game is that Jhin may struggle if the Volibear gets ahead in the mid game. Jhin may struggle to play the game, right? There's a Volibear just jumping on his head. He's got 4 shots and he's just got to kite it out. Of course, he's not going to be left to his own devices, but there's the realm in which, depending on how Vengeance's early game goes, he becomes kind of that mid-game bridge into which Ashe can get items, Sion can get himself into team fights. But really, both comps just want to group, have team fights, but they just want to team fight in different ways. Mammoth Academy want to have that traditional front to back where they're just playing off Syndra stuns, kiting back on the Ashe, letting Ashe utilize that Blade of the Ruined King passive and just kill everything in front. Whereas Legacy Genesis want to have that flank from Kennen that's crucial to win a team fight. If Kennen doesn't get the flank and he's really just blocked out by Maximize and Vengeance, then it's going to be trouble for Legacy Genesis.
Certainly could be, and they're in trouble at the moment. It's a best of 3 with Mammoth Academy currently leading that series with a 1-0 scoreline. Jumping into game number 2 here on Summoner's Rift to get these quarterfinals underway. We'll get to see what happens when multiple champions get run back to their similarities. Buggy filling himself once again on this Kha'Zix. And I suppose my next question would have to be, Jubes, who feels more nervous really coming into this one? Would it be Mammoth knowing they're a win away from qualifying, or would it be Legacy Genesis knowing how well their game was executed just for it to be all taken away?
This is, without a doubt, Mammoth Academy have zero pressure in this game. You always have the kind of that default game to go back to now, so you can kind of do things, or you can make plays that in which you probably were too nervous to do in game 1 or in game 3. This is the game where you can kind of test limits a little bit, not in the sense that you want to make stupid decisions and no thought process, but that turret dive you were thinking about going for last game that you didn't, you can probably execute on this game. And sometimes it is just the first game really is a feeling out, and this is where we'll see both teams kind of, put their pedal to the metal and really try to explode a game early on.
Well, let's see what the game plan is, and let's see how these teams psychologically look to try and find themselves an advantage with 2 very immobile AD carries in the bot lane. One with some very strong initiation, and one with a ton of damage if given the uptime to showcase what it is all about. Whether or not that is where the junglers are going to predominantly spend all their time ganking, or if they will look to navigate other parts of the map to try and get those lanes online instead. And it's been I want to say a solid start here for Curtis, despite his KDA not looking the prettiest. He was definitely up a major amount of CS, and from that Baron Steel onwards, a lot of those fights, he was a big driving force in swinging at their favor.
Look, there was a few hiccups from Coach Curtis, let's be honest. Let's call a spade, right? Made a few kind of, I'm not going to say int plays, but definitely made a few questionable plays. But that was more of a team decision as it was just his. But he definitely, when it counted, had huge team fight impact. And the reason that you pick Lissandra is just for that. So, if there was a player who's ever going to come back and bounce back from a rough early game, rough mid game, it is going to be Curtis. He has that experience. Again, he's played, at the highest level that you can play at. He's even coached at the highest level. So, hold that thought. Oh, no. So all of a sudden, Vengeance is having a very good early game. So it's almost like we flipped the script, but maybe I've jinxed him.
Maybe you have, because that's going to be Norsga flashing forward, using the passive, then the hook, then the damage, and saying, thanks for the blue buff leash, I'll pick that up, and a bit of a gold bounty
It
as
is
well
literally
for my
the
troubles.
exact same start, Skimmy. The exact same start. The only thing is that Vengeance has more CS now than Buggy. But he's just been caught again in the early game. Just caught being overzealous, invading, and looking for enemy camps.
First 5 minutes seems to be a curse here for Vengeance on this Volibear. We thought, okay, you're up in camps, you've stolen away a blue buff, you've denied away XP, the stars have aligned, you're looking fantastic, you're, reinvigorated, if you will, from that game 1 victory.
Oh, no.
And decides to turn things around as Curtis, he's in so much trouble, and going to fall on down for a very easy double that Legacy can pick up.
Yeah, and I think that's a product of the invade from Vengeance, because he would be on comms with his mid laner saying, yo, Curtis, you need to shove your wave because I'm invading blue buff and you need to rotate first. So Curtis would have just, used a lot of mana on that wave, traded really heavily with the Orianna, and, he sacrificed his lane in doing so, right? The Vengeance ended up dying. Mid lane got put into a position he didn't want to be in, and instead of basing and teleporting back, he got punished trying to hold his TP and stay in lane.
Yeah, he certainly did, because when he went to try and assist the Kazakhs, the Volibear in that invade, he actually had no mana left, so he was a auto-attacking mage, which is never a pretty sight to behold, as we turn our attention now to the top side of the map, where Maximize is finding himself a lot of early game success here on this side. He's taken a hefty chunk out of Sally's HP bar, but also found himself up by a bit of CS as well.
Well, he gets a really good base now, so this is Maximize playing the lane extremely well. He's up CS, yes, Kennen did start a cull, but the important thing is that he's winning kind of a Sion matchup in which you don't necessarily win. And his wave's in a really good spot, and if Kennen doesn't TP back, he actually loses a lot more than what Sion does, so Maximize is playing really well so far on this Sion, and it's again the sort of pick we see or we know him for, rather.
No, we certainly don't. This is his first time playing it, this split. And he's definitely showcasing that he is more than just the bruiser that he is banned away for. We'll get to see how he looks to try and transition later on into this game, and if that base and reset will favour him to try and build that lead just a little bit more. He's going to be the first one to hit level 6 as a result, but returning back to that mid lane now, you have to highlight the fact that Falconer has found that kill before level 6, has got himself a tier. The trade-off here for Curtis is that he's been able to pick up a small ring to try and assist in some fights if they were to go his way, but definitely not going to be able to match in that one of the departments, and still feeling the pressure as Buggy is continuing to rotate through to this mid lane. As I say that, Maximize that enough, and he wants to rotate through as well. Going to chuck out that headbutt, going to chuck out the damage, going to flash in his head, and guarantee Curtis the retribution with a kill to himself as well.
How's that for tank top gameplay?
There you have it. He's playing as if he is a Fiora.
I mean, just moving mid lane, using his priority to move mid lane, and this is the thing, right? If you don't play this matchup extremely well and you let Sion just get that agency to move, yes, Orianna shouldn't die, right? Like, that's probably called, and he has to respect that roam a little bit better, but the fact that Sion is able to move like that and really lose nothing, it's just extremely well played coming out of Maximize.
It's our question we postured just a few moments ago. What would he decide to do with that one? And, well, he's picked himself up a whole chunk of gold by getting himself an assist and can return back to that lane where he hasn't lost a single creep under that tower. Oh. Vengeance, in the meantime, decided to go for the Dragon, the first of the game, and continues to hang around in this tri-brush, just ensuring that Legacy don't get a little bit too angsty here and try and make something happen to continue to lead in their favour. They're going to turn things around now. Out goes the Thunder, out goes the pick, and that's Norska being locked in place, and he's going to surely fall on down. Unlucky not to find a second there, as Fruitcake guaranteed both his summoners to try and find it. A double kill there would have spelled disaster for this bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, even one kill isn't that great coming out. I mean, of course it's not that great, but the one kill going over to the Volibear is pretty big, because again, we see Vengeance in the same hole that he kind of put himself in the early game in game 1, and getting that kill, getting that base, gets the Cinderhulk, and, out of base, all of a sudden, hold that thought, Kazik 6, dead.
Kazik is a 6, and with the ultimate and the reset there on that isolation passive, makes very light work, and a volatile matchup. We wondered, it's a swing matchup between Syndra and Orianna, and as much as we wanted to see action take place in the bottom lane, it's all been about mid lane, where both trade a kill piece to piece, as the Dragon now transitions into a Herald. Does Vengeance want to consider this? They do have the numbers coming into the area, but it would favour Legacy at this current stage of the game, and without any summoners, Fruitcake cannot afford to make those kind of plays, and will fall on down and make now Faulkner 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, Fruitcake kind of just entered there. That's as simple as I can put it. Just walked in. They obviously flipped, and so they had the agency of their team coming up. Ash was coming to the play, just went a little bit too early, got hooked, dead. Rift Herald going over to Buggy, and 3 kills on Faulkner. So Legacy Genesis are in a very good position this game, right? If you want one member fed in this game, you'd have to say it's the Orianna.
We all know what an Orianna can do with a few items under her belt. The ability to hit those shockwaves that instantly chunk 50% of your HP and really turn the fight in your favour. Yes, an unleashed power from a Syndra is a scary proposition, but when you've got a composition
that wants to connect with this cannon as well, ensuring that you continue to visit mid lane like that. And so make sure that the Syndra never can reach that power spike juice is terrifying.
And so this is actually why Syndra is very good into Orianna. So, but except we're seeing it on the reverse side, is that the Orianna should be the one getting punished like this and not the Syndra. But it just looks like Vengeance and Curtis do not have any synergy whatsoever. You know, and of course we can't expect them to have, you know, synergy that's been built up over 10 weeks, right? You know, this is Curtis's first week playing with the team, so it's no kind of, you know, negative comment towards them. But I think what we're seeing here is just, you know, synergy of 10 weeks between Faulkner and Buggy playing both each other's positions, just building up and having a really big impact this game.
There it is, once again. Oh, unfortunate there for Nords, get flashed forward for the passive, hit a minion instead. Did not have that binding set to target heroes only, and unfortunately for them, that potential gank. Yes, he's running a Hex Flash, so that won't hurt him too much in the grand scheme of things. But a potential window for them to make this gen just a little bit more fed.
You reckon that's nerves? I reckon that's nerves. I don't think we've seen Nausicaa do that, you know, during the regular season. He's just flashed into a minion wave, hooked it. Could have led with the auto attack instead, but maybe just a little bit of nerves coming out through from the bot lane of Legacy Genesis.
Potentially there. You know, we talk about who would be feeling the pressure more from game one, and maybe Legacy are saying we need to do something because, yes, we're winning mid lane, but look at top. It's not been fun for him. Yes, Kennan's geared himself up for the team fights, much in the same way that his Renekton was there for the team fights too, but Maximize is really bullying him, saying continue to ban all my champions away because I can just play this as well.
I mean, he's got a nice little CS lead, and he may even force Kennan's teleport. If Kennan doesn't TP here, he's just going to fall down further and further in terms of CS. And, you know, the worst part about this isn't the wave that he loses that's under turret. Yes, it's not nice, but the wave just comes back to the Scion, and, you know, there's no flash on the Kennan now, so... Ooh, sniper!
Well, that's a cross-map arrow, and that is instant death right there as both teleports come on through now. Sally looking for it, the slicing Maelstrom locking in place too, but he's disconnected from the rest of the team, and there's no shockwave to complement it, so the combo is, without a doubt, not as clean as you'd like to see, and that could not happen at a worse time here for Legacy with the next dragon spawning.
You have to say the MVP of that play was the person that actually wasn't there. That arrow came from bot lane, literally in lane, to hit the Orianna in mid lane there. That's just insane. And, you know, the shutdown gold going away to Curtis, Kennen teleporting in, that kill going to Curtis, and all of a sudden, the time that you've invested in a lane to put them behind, they're actually no longer behind. You know what? They're probably ahead because of the way shutdown gold works. So he's got the shutdown, he's got another kill on top of that, and hold that thought, Hex Slash. Okay.
This game,
yeah, this game's just wild.
Chill. We're talking 100% kill participation just found all over the map right now. There is no chance to settle the nerves, quiet things up.
I'd love to see, if we could, I'd love to see a gold toggle. I just want to see the comparison in gold between Syndra and Orianna now, because, again, the lane that Buggy's just put a big emphasis on is probably even, if not behind. And, okay, he's 100 gold up, and that's not what you want to be seeing, especially when there's just been such an influence in that lane. In saying that, though, that kill, that play there is able to get them the first turret of the game. So, Legacy Genesis, whilst they had a little bit of a hiccup, they're able to kind of swing the game again in their favor. And it feels like game one, right? It's just swinging both ways, you know? Mammoth Academy make a huge play. Then it's made back by Legacy Genesis, and it's just backwards and forwards.
You want to say it's almost individuals popping off in their own lanes to showcase what they can do, that they do feed into a greater scheme of it being a 5v5, but not buying into the demoralization of, hey man, I'm not losing this, I'm not winning this lane as well as I want to see, or, you know, things aren't going my way up here. How can we look to try and counteract that? And the timing of these plays as well, as you say, Legacy find that kill, they find retribution, turn that into a transfer of the turret, and they now put themselves up by about 2k.
I don't necessarily think either team is playing particularly well, in the sense that it's really good team decision-making, it's really good skirmishing, it's really good team fighting. It's like you said, it's like one or two players having some very big moments. You know what I mean? There, it's Nausicaa. Before, it's Buggy. You know, it's been maximized on the side of Mammoth Academy, the arrow coming through from Exten. And these lead to some very good opportunities and very good punish coming out of both teams.
Sometimes you need those pop-off moments to get the team all rallied up once again, showcase what you can do. if things aren't going your way. If a bit of a crazy early game has put you far behind, how can you stabilize? Where is that mental at? How can you see yourself through to the finishing line? Mammoth currently leading this best-of-3 series with a game. And they are the ones in the driving seat right now, threatening for another engage. As the arrow connects, he does not miss. And the follow-up is it's guaranteed.
Yep.
As they can, no doubt, now be given two different situations. Do we go for Herald, or do we collapse upon a very immobile AD carry? They burn the flash. Stark burns both his summoners, but he can't avoid everything. He falls on down. Not that
Both
much,
ADs.
well, you can't all chase him. So both junglers really acting as the spanners that can look to try and fix this game for their team.
Yeah, both ADs just got sacked. The problem they have here is Sion can just tank turret and... Oh, flash.
Shockwave.
Yep.
No, Faulkner going to hang on to that one for a little bit of time. Sally, meanwhile, has been pushing bot lane the entire time. Now actually pressuring a second turret in the bottom lane as Mammoth look to even out things with one apiece.
Yeah, he's still down a significant amount of CS though, and we see here Exton's like, I'll go get turret, guys. You guys killed Jin, and Buggy just on the back end, having a pretty good game, both games, if I'm being completely honest with you. You know, 3-0 and 5. What more could you want from your jungler? 100% kill participation. He's gotten the first Rift Herald, broken the first turret, going to pick up the second. So really setting his team up for a win here. But you know, Buggy does one good thing, then one bad thing happens on the other side of the map. So it's just both teams trading blows, and I think they're just very evenly matched.
It's a pretty volatile life, pretty rough life if you're in a mobile AD carry right now. As much as you can draft to play from a very big distance there with the arrow, the volley, or that of Jin's toolkit as well. The junglers are definitely letting them know that, hey, we can jump on your head and you can burn all your summoners, but that's not going to be enough. And, you know, you start to wait and wonder what item spike will be enough to try and prevent them. 2 items, 3 items. Will we reach that point of the game?
And we're seeing Sion opt in Skimmy, not for the pure tank build. So what you see Sions do is they go to Titanic Hydra, and then potentially he opts in for the Sunfire KPR, and then we probably see him opt in... Ooh, just misses. Probably see him opt in for the... Ooh, that's a... I don't know if he wanted that. Shockwave!
Oh, 3-man Shockwave, that's huge. Now comes the curtain call. Norzka flashes out of harm's way. Where will the full shot go? Who will they hit? It's Vengeance, and quite honestly tickles him. But as Mammoth Academy trying to force everything to start things off, Sally. That is not the play you're looking for. He's going to fully commit, however. Burns the stopwatch, is rewarded with a kill in the end. But it is a fight that favors Mammoth Academy. Them going a 3-for-1 trade. It's absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep saying it, but I feel like you have to, because he's deserving. Maximize is just too big. You know, like, it's just, they haven't even gotten close to getting through Maximize's health bar, Vengeance's health bar, and Curtis is literally untouched. So the Kennen used Flash ulti, killed the Ashe, but touched no other member. And if you're picking Kennen for that, then it's maybe not the champ. And as bad as that sounds, really, that's how bad the teamfight turned out for Legacy Genesis. And yes, it's still even in terms of gold, but we need to look at relative strength, right? Look at this game. Look at Legacy Genesis in this current game. Who is going to be able to deal with the front line of Mammoth Academy? No one's going to be able to kill Sion. No one's going to be able to kill Volibear. And it doesn't matter if your carries have more damage than the side of Mammoth Academy, because the damage that, you know, the damage that Syndra and Ashe do is going to be more relevant than Jin and Orianna to the front line.
And not only that there, Jubes, I'm terrified by a comp that really scales well. You'd have to say from Mammoth Academy that they have put their opponent on the clock to say, that's a 22-minute soul you're playing for.
Yeah, 22 minutes soul is quite scary. Sion's actually got a lethality item. I don't even know what he's going to build here, but he's opted in for the Serrated Dirk so that if he does die, he's going to be going into that ghost mode where he's just going to be running and slamming and whacking people's heads in.
Any champion's a bruiser if you itemize towards it, apparently. He definitely does not care at this stage of the game. You can build him as a tank, you can build him as this. Curtis don't do it. Oh no, he's falling on down.
Yeah. That's a good pick, and that's really good from Legacy Genesis, right? They're up gold, big shutdown, maybe even be able to break this top turret depending on what they decide to do, and majority of the gold lead is on the top side of the map for Mammoth Academy, so each time they make these plays on the other side, it's really good coming out of them. The thing that I'm scared about though is this cannon is down 2 levels. Okay, he's down 1 level and he's getting turret though.
He's getting turret dove and emoted as Maximize can now proxy this wave and say, you can't really do too much about this.
Oh my god.
Because I've got members in the area coming to grab you. Vengeance without a flash will just use the ultimate to gap close. And, well, dunk Kennen on his head. Unfortunately for Sully here, it has not been his game. Now 1 and 3 without the ability to command any kind of respect in the 1v1. And not being able to find his mojo when it comes to those 5v5s either.
But both teams are making the correct play, right? What they're doing, and I'm going to hold that thought again because this game is wild. Hook lands. Oh, he's buffered it. Okay.
Clutch.
Buffered it. Yep. And this game, both teams are making plays on their strong side of the map. So it's Sally that's getting turret dove, but it's also Curtis getting killed on top side. And so as long as Legacy Genesis keep playing around Buggy and the picks that he can make on the top side of the map, it actually doesn't matter if Maximize gets too fed. The problem that they have now, though, is that they will have to team fight in 2 minutes' time because they can't give away the soul. So is Jin going to have enough items? Is the Storm Razor going to be enough to get through this front line? Is the Shockwave going to do enough? Or can Buggy find a pick before the Dragons, skirmish partakes?
I mean, that is the ultimate question because right now these AD carries will not be given a chance to really play the game. You can see that both junglers are very, very fed that they're matching nearly off their solo laners. In most cases, they are. They are well ahead of the clock. Both supports this time have not opted for the Zeeks. Nope, they want to go for the Stone Plate for the raw tankiness to really facilitate this overall image of make sure that everybody is so damn beefy that it's just very hard for anybody to fall on down.
But that's funny to me because this game, the Zeeks makes more sense
for sure
on the Thresh. I mean, on the Thresh now than it does than it did last game because if Thresh opts in for the Zeeks, he's far less tanky than the Stone Plate, but he has the Volley Bear and the Scion now, right? Last game opted in for the Zeeks and he was pretty much the sole front line. Stun lands and that's a kill.
Well, that is a big, big shutdown picked up. There's going to be repeat shutdowns because Buggy was so fed. Nope, he's going to dismiss, so I baited myself with that one there. But Vengeance is going to commit with the flash. Picks up 400 gold and ensures that Curtis will get himself a little bit of gold and can showcase what he's about as he now looks for another kill as well. When Nausicaa caught on the wrong side of the map there.
I hate when junglers do that, by the way. At 21 minutes into the game, that kill is going absolutely nowhere, right? He's dead. He's being cooked on the Barbie as we speak, and Vengeance actually opts in to take that just to pad the KDA a little bit when the kill definitely is better on Syndra there.
No, that Syndra will want it. If there's anything to go by what Curtis's introduction has been into these playoffs, it's that he is a man that commands priority, be it the amount of kills he can get or the amount of deaths he can achieve. And as it stands right now, continues to be the man that is up there with the highest kill participation. No doubt we're looking to try and match that with the power that Falconer has showcased so far as well. Those shockwaves are hurting, but if he continues to roam like this and find success with his junglers, no doubt those Unleashed Powers will instantly make fights a 4v5.
Yeah, Sanguine Blade Scion too. Sanguine Blade. I don't know the latest Scion tech, I'm being honest with you, so this is maybe one of those Scion tech builds that we see. He's very flexible in terms of itemization just because the nature of his kit allows him to get kind of pseudo-tanky off different types of stats. So maybe the Sanguine Blade side lane Scion does wonders, but loses a bit of the passive win group.
Does lose a bit of it, but based on how far ahead he is in CS right now, up by 60, nearly 70, that passive is definitely absorbing a ton of minion elf HP. So he's going to be too upset about this one. Speaking of the devil, he's going to be the one that gets collapsed upon, and despite the hook going on through, he won't be able to drift behind that Scion as he will disengage quite nicely.
That's actually a very big cooldown though, right? Like that's a huge cooldown that they've burnt. Scion no longer can just kind of steam train through a team fight and have access to the backline, and he's pushing mid lane, Kennen flank.
Enchanted Arrow does not connect. Here goes Sally. Oh wow. No! Instantly stunned. Clutch there by Curtis. Can Curtain Call delete somebody? Nausicaa is the focus. He gets deleted. Stoneplate is not enough. Curtis on a double. Now Buggy finds one. Can he continue to rotate through those cooldowns? Snipe these very squishy health bars. Fruitcake is low. But the two frontliners, drop down to 50%, are deceivingly tanky in their nature as a result. And, well, Jubes, they guarantee themselves a soul point 24 minutes on the dot to rub salt into the wounds. It is an infernal at just that. More damage, more nightmares.
I'm telling you right now, that's going into Curtis's montage in terms of his OCS games, right? that clip there in denying the Kennen access to the backline and the Ashe and the Syndra, that stun is definitely going into his montage, so I'll be expecting to see that one next week. And it's just a really well-played team fight from Mammoth Academy. Syndra stun really won that fight there. Kennen had flashed in, gets stunned out, does pretty much damage to no one, and it is pretty much just front to back from there. And, you know, you're never going to win that when you have Vengeance Maximize running at you, and just really well-played team fight coming out of Mammoth Academy. And now you have to look at the 3k deficit, or 2k rather, and think it is much more than it actually is, because the Infernal Soul adds stats, adds value, and we can't really account for it in a numerical sense, but it's there.
Certainly is. You'd feel like you're up about by 5k at this stage of the game. You're feeling tanky, you're feeling durable, you're feeling like you can win these fights as well, because look at this. He chases you up forward. You're not allowed to run to your base.
Wow.
Exhausted as well, Juice. Exhausted, and still no protection found inside his base there. The panic signs, the red flag, the red warning sign, if you will, from Legacy Genesis. They're trying to do anything they can. They find a kill topside, but Mammoth, they want to erase any form of hope here. They want to make it a clean sweep. They want it to be the clean 2-0. And they will prevent that disengage by getting another turret.
Yeah, that Scion is hard chilling. You know what hard chilling is?
What does it mean in this context, mate?
Well, there's a Scion main in Europe who's the funniest guy ever, and he comes up with all this Scion tech. He comes like the Baus, or I don't know how you say it, but that's how I say it. And he's just like, when he makes a play, like the play Maximize just made, he says, we're shilling, guys, we're shilling. It's like he's saying chilling, but everyone says shilling now.
Must be an accent thing, eh?
Yeah, but he's the best Scion player in the world.
Well, no doubt, I'd be quite keen to see what happened here, but it goes, well, that's Buggy. He's trying to carry all the hopes and dreams here for Legacy right now, utilizing the kind of strength that he possesses. He will find one. Might be the silver lining here as we hit the 27-minute mark.
It's crazy to get lost in this game and think that, you know, it is a stomp. It's actually still very close. You know what I mean? Like, Legacy Genesis are only behind 3,000 gold. Oriana's got the 2 items, working on the 3rd. Jin's just picked up his IE as well, so, you know, Buggy's 6-1. If Buggy can just find a kill before a team fight starts, if he's able to just kind of weasel his way into the enemy jungle and catch Ashe, catch Syndra walking on through, it's going to be a one-shot, and potentially they start the fight on, like, quote-unquote even terms. But who deals with this Scion in the side lane at the moment? Look how much health he's got for damage that he's building.
Look what he's building next, Jubes. He's going for a Trinity Force.
Trinity Force, yeah.
He doesn't care.
There's no respect.
Zero respect. Can you imagine the BM that's going to come out after this series if they get the 2-0 here today?
Well, it's been like 4 bans top lane and still able to pick the Scion out and have a performance like this. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, that's the highlight reel, that is for sure. Will we get a reverse sweep? Will we get a situation here where Legacy can steal away a Baron or an Elder? Buggy, he's on the hunt.
The arrow. Ooh. And
He's
Buggy
running the
might
gauntlet
be
right now. He's running through every single person in top river. No teammates around to support him.
What is that?
And yeah, that's Maximize really shining the spotlight on himself, saying you ban everything, I play this, I play unconventional builds as well. Hashtag Mammoth wins.
I mean, you have to say, like, having a performance like this in playoffs, because, you know, it's not been a one-sided game by any means, right? And I don't want to overshadow the performance of everyone doing their job in this game, right? Particularly Vengeance having a very good game. Curtis able to find his way back into the game after a rough one. And Extend and Fruitcake really have just done their job, right? They've just been a point of stability like they have all season pretty much. And you know what you're going to get with them when it comes to laning phase. But he's also had some very high-impact Ashe arrows. But you have to say, right, there's got to be, you know, a thought process to next year. And I know Maximize is very vocal about wanting to play OPL and says that he's going to be looking for an OPL team next year. And you have to think he's doing himself a lot of justice just having the performances that he's had in the last 2 games, right? There has to be teams watching, and seeing him pop off like this on not only a Fiora, but on a Scion now just speaks wonders to his playstyle and his ability to play multiple champions.
Certainly is. Well, he just one-shot a Scuttle there. Had no chance to live.
Baron buff is there, as Norzka, the crazy man, actually decides to initiate. And that might come back to haunt him, as he's now going to receive not only an arrow, but a headbutt. Sally on the flank, looking for that slicing maelstrom. He's just going to get disrupted. Once again, it's Curtis.
He's been on point. Curtis.
That just shuts him down so frequently. There's no stopwatch, there's no Zonias. It's such a distant afterthought at this stage. 1-6 though, it hasn't been Sally's game here today. And at 30 minutes on the clock, Mammoth are knocking on the door of Legacy's base by taking down their first inhibitor. And with this Baron buff, Juves, they find a few more kills, might look to go for the end.
Kha'Zix should just try and solo Elder Drake down. He really should just flip it and try and solo Elder, but they're just diving.
Certainly are, and with the Stormbringer, both those turrets will get disabled straight away. Ash finds one, finally an AD carry gets to do something in this game. And as he does something, the turrets fall on down. A curtain call, a chance to hope for the best, as Styled, with nearly 3 items to his name, tries to emit any kind of one-shotting capacity that he can find. Their turret are gone, their base is in ruins, and their Nexus will fall on down. 30 minutes on the clock. It is all things Mammoth here, as they will be the team advancing 2-0 to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I think what's scary here is that Mammoth Academy didn't necessarily have the best jungle mid performances. While they were good, they could have been better in terms of how we perceive them and in terms of like the skill that we know them to be at. So the fact that it was kind of just like a, you know, a side lane show, if you will, or more of just a mechanical kind of outplay, how you're going kind of team game. It is quite scary to see this Mammoth Academy roster just do so well in this best of 3.
The mentor was there, the ability to hold their own, know what they're up against, and have so much prepared, knowing that they were going to get target banned in particular areas of the map, and that they were able to come ahead in such convincing fashion there in a 2-0 to progress through to the semi-finals, where they will take on the University of Queensland's Union next week. But after the break, we will have another best of 3 to wrap up these quarterfinals. After the break, it will be the QT Tigers taking on Pentanet.GG Rise.
And welcome back to the OCS playoffs as we kick things off here with the quarterfinals. And we've just had a fantastic showing there from Mammoth Academy as they take down Legacy Genesis in convincing 2-0 fashion. That means we know our very first semi-final already locked in. Next week will be the University of Queensland Union taking on Mammoth Academy. But to round out what that picture of the semi-finals looks like for next week, Jubes, we've now got to get into our second best of three. That's going to see Pentanet.GG Rise take on the QT Tigers. And what we saw from the regular season is that Pentanet were able to take them down.
Yeah, they were, but I mean, if there's anything that we can say about this Pentanet roster is that they were a little bit inconsistent. You know, they definitely kind of hit their strides towards the later end of the split, and again, the same narrative. When we see the nameplates on that team, we kind of expect them to perform, you know, a little bit better than they were initially, and they are getting better. And, you know, maybe they've just found the rhythm at the right time of the season come playoffs. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, that's for sure.
Certainly is. There's a couple of areas of interest for me, myself, and I'm sure you all agree in some areas of jungle has to be a big focus for me primarily because we know that Seb, from what he's showcased so far, loves to go for those very gank-heavy junglers. We've seen Volibear, Lee Sin, Jarvan be among the very top few picks he's gone for. Is him, Gooby, much more the aggressor. Likes to go for the 1v1 champions, very objective heavy as a result, saying we want you to come towards us so we can force those fights, the likes of Kindred, Kha'Zix, and Shaco. So that's a big area of focus for me. The second one then had to be mid lane between like Luch and Tekka, because Tekka wants to be aggressive, wants to facilitate the team. He's the guy that actually plays a ton of support in the mid lane too, the likes of Lulu, Galio, and Karma, whereas Luch loves to go for, you know, Zoe's, Karthus, and Corki.
Yeah, and the thing I wanted to touch on is that Gooby spent majority of the break trying to learn Nidalee in solo queue. He put a very big emphasis on Nidalee and Kindred in terms of his solo queue practice, and I wonder if that's something that he's just going to be permanently picking in this series, because note, they have locked in Graves' first pick, and the one kind of, or two decent matchups into Graves, the first one being Nidalee, the second one being actually Kindred. So Shen, obviously Dispatch, is it Dispatch? Yeah, Dispatch Shen actually got a buff, 10-15, yep. And probably pushed him over the line, to be honest, in terms of being a very strong pick. So, you know, Shen Galio, what that says to me is that they're going to pick a high pressure, high tempo, high invade early game jungler. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick that Nidalee Kindred up.
We'll get to see what they go for. As we already highlighted, a lot of those respect picks have been denied away to a piece right now. Poppy, one of the most played here by Shaw in that top lane as well. And Caitlyn, a rising AD carry after the buffs on this patch as well. Really showcased that she is the new Aphelios, if you will, of must bans. As Seb will lock in here the Cassiopeia for Luch to showcase that they will have some very strong pressure to answer what QT are wanting to try and do in those rivers.
Yeah, Luch is definitely a big Cassiopeia player. We've seen him pick that many times and then, you know, pull off those 1v2 miraculous plays. So it's definitely a good pick, and it has a decent lane into Galio, but like all Galio lanes, it's not bad until it is, in the sense that a lot of champions need mana to bully Galio out. And so, you know, the first few levels aren't that bad because Cassiopeia specifically needs mana items to run Galio down in the lane. So you really only see that matchup come to fruition, you know, when both champions hit the side lane or mid lane gets broken. Otherwise, it is kind of just that fine Galio matchup, and Galio isn't the champion that you know to be kind of lanking them win every single lane anyway, so I'm sure they'll be fine just giving that one over and playing for the side lanes.
Zank has played Xayah a fair few times in recent weeks. It's been banned away from them so far, and there's the Kindred. We wondered if it would be targeted, and it had to be, especially in this next rotation, because look at the two parallels between these compositions right now. Pentanet are very much in on the initiation, tempo, in your face, get a kill, but QT, they've gone for triple global so far here at Juves. And the second question to that would be that Russell is still here in the roster, a very different champion pool to that of what Akira can offer. And we have seen Russell play Shen support, so keep that in mind.
Ah, true, you're right. I actually thought that was just going Shen top lane, but he has played Shen support, so it is a flex. And I thought it was a bit weird that Nightfaller was picking his champion, you know, first off. And it's definitely a flex, and probably definitely something that we're going to see them put in the bot lane, because I believe we did see them play Senna Shen bot lane as well, right? That was the combo that we saw from them. And, you know, Russell, yeah, like you said, is in this roster, and when I've been looking at Akira in solo queue, he has just been playing predominantly ADC, so potentially just a role swap, and he's not coming back to support, and Karthus being locked in here from Gooby. I've actually never seen Gooby play Karthus, so it's not like it's the hardest champion in the world to play by any means, but it definitely requires some thought process and some time invested into the champion. So it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup plays out. Like all Karthus matchups, if Karthus is enabled and is allowed to full clear, then level 4, 5 onwards, it does become very hard to punish the Karthus. So might see something coming out of Pentanet to punish that very early.
No doubt, because obviously what it can look to do is utilize that wall to slow members down. That will be Pentanet charging towards them. Speaking of charging, there's a Hecarim, which will be doing just that. You talk about pressure from those first few picks there, Jubes. Well, there's your pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, Hecarim obviously not the meta champion that we know in top lane, but when Hecarim was meta, did opt in for the Ignite and Teleport, and why Hecarim is probably good in this matchup is because that he can just stack those Conqueror stacks up really quickly and do a lot of damage to this Sion in a short space of time, and the Hecarim will always win the extended trade. It's just whether or not Shaw is able to get the trade pattern he wants off, disengage, reset, wait for his cooldowns, and go again. So both want kind of different things in a sense in terms of how they trade in the top lane, but it's a weird pick, but hey, why not start off the night with a weird pick, right? Start off the one game buffer that you have with something weird, something that may blow open the game.
No doubt. I think I've already seen the Hecarim top in the LPL recently, so it's definitely going to be one that is... I don't know if it's going to catch Pentanet off guard, but definitely is going to be something that we see too commonly here as a meta pick as a whole.
I think it catches you off guard, right? You opt in for the you opt in for the matchup that is Sion, and you're like, okay, here are the potential Sion, matchups that we're going to be playing in. These are the ones, and you kind of get this curveball of the Hecarim. It's not something that you're expecting, not something that you're practiced on. So for sure, it is a little bit of a curveball, and it makes you think, oh, do I need to... It also makes the jungler think now, right? Do I need to play towards this lane? Because you'll see that the Hecarim has no flash. So now Graves' path might have changed. Potentially with the Leona bot lane, he wanted to path towards bot lane, but now he wants to go towards top side. So there's a lot to think about on the side of Pentanet.
And what's interesting to that same extent is the fact that before we jump to the screen here as we're getting ourselves ready for the game to load up, is that I actually saw Ignite Teleport locked in there for the Hecarim topside. So no
That's
flash,
traditional,
no ghost, right? Very much all in to try and win that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. And that's not even necessarily to win the matchup. It's the fact that Hecarim, once gets a few points into that E, gets the ultimate up, you are quite safe. And Hecarim's ult cooldown isn't that long in a sense where you can wait for it. And so the Ignite just gives you a lot more kill threat. I mean, I haven't seen his runes, but probably opts in for the Nimbus Cloak as well. So, worst case scenario, Ignite for the move speed to get out of a gank if need be. But there's really not that much CC coming on through too. So, if Nightfaller plays this lane extremely well, he should be pretty safe.
It's going to be interesting as a whole right now because we see the Galio once again here played by Tekka. He's played it once already so far. It feels like it suits this theme, if you will, right, for this game of not being easily targeted. I watched back the VOD of them playing during the regular split. Tekka was an area that they looked to target, looked to abuse. He actually played Aurelia in that game, and they shut him down pretty candidly. And this will no doubt afford them the ability, much like a Shen support, to say that I'm still going to be valuable, even if the resources don't go my way. I can look to try and dive in areas of the map. I can force numbers advantages. We can showcase that there is pressure all around all the time. And if Seb, as you say, with the Graves does go topside, the amount of globals, if it is post 6, for them to try and add a sort of turning point around that, I start to wonder, okay, where do Pentanet want to play around right now? Because you see for them at bot side, the likes of Ashe and Leona, they're definitely no slouch when it comes to hard engage.
No, Ashe and Leona have the hard engage, but also they have a pretty good lane, right? The one lane that kind of is really good into Senna is the Ashe because she outranges. The poke is a little bit annoying, but, Senna does have that regen, but it is very hard for Senna to play the game into Leona, and I can't see Summoner Skimmy, so has Senna opted in for the cleanse?
So what I saw before was, Flash and Cleanse, and Ignites by both supports.
But the thing is, you can only cleanse one thing, right? What do you cleanse? Do you cleanse the Leona Q, the Leona Ultimate, or the Ashe Arrow? This lane is just so volatile, and if the Leona or the Ashe ever get a little bit of a lead, then it's become such a problem for this Senna and Ashe. So I actually like both compositions because Hecarim does give the Galio backline access, right? The onslaught of shadows, you can't stop that, right?
Yep.
So it's just going to be straight backline access to the Cassiopeia, onto the Ashe. Galio is going to come on through, but in the same sense, right, you have that really good front-to-back playstyle that is Ashe sitting on top of Cassiopeia, playing that front-to-back, getting the miasma down, and really just kiting back as a team and in the traditional front-to-back sense. And it's always going to come down to execution.
Oh, no doubt. Execution is obviously going to be pinnacle here. And I think you highlighted one area of the map that could be really, really vital was the fact that they're going to have to always be clumped up to fight on this poison miasma. As we know, the ability to prevent all these gap closes, which is what QT have definitely got a ton of. You talk about a keyword being pressure. Well, that pressure might not be as prevalent if they can't find that key target and can't find them early. Cassiopeia, as we saw, also went for the cleanse as well, just to make that matchup just a little bit easier. But it looks like we're getting ourselves ready to jump into the very first game here of our second quarterfinals. Another best of 3 with Pentanet.gg Rise on the left-hand side and QUT on the right. A lot of new debuts here for different champions to showcase what they can do, what they've been preparing, and what they're ready to unveil to the audience back home.
Yeah, and like I said, I like coming out of the gates and playing that kind of, that one pocket pick early. Because game 1 is really the place in which you can set the tone for a series, or if you lose with the Hecarim top lane or the niche composition, then you can kind of just chalk it down to that and reset and play the next one. So definitely a good draft coming out of QUT in the sense that executing something that they've practiced or something that they want to do.
Let's see how they decide to start off this game here. Another Scion. Feels like these teams have left it to the playoffs to bust out the sun, to showcase its tanky nature and its love found in this region in particular.
I'm actually pretty sure Sion got popular from YouTube montage videos. I swear, the boss really made Sion popular. He just hard shillinged over everyone, and then now everyone wants to try Sion.
When YouTubers and Twitch streamers and all the rest of it influence the pro meta. Seems to be the case here, Jubes, because we're seeing a whole bunch of it, and we'll get to see exactly how it fares here today. Obviously in that game before, we saw a bit of an unconventional build, the Trinity Force. Titanic obviously is pretty standard, but yeah, Sanguine Blade, he just wanted to be a bruiser.
Yeah, I mean, all the power to him. That's why Sion's so fun, right? I think that's why people like Sion, is that no one wants to play tanks, and so when top laners can get their hands on Sion and they know they can build some damage items, they're actually okay with it.
It's like when we asked in like week 10, are these guys willingly asking to play tanks, or have their coach has said, you're playing a tank, no fun allowed?
Yeah. And I actually got a DM.
Just doing both.
I actually got a DM from one of the Malphite pickers, and he said, he said you were right. It wasn't that, we see a little bit of a map split, by the way, but he's like, it wasn't that both junglers are contesting each other's buffs, but he says it wasn't that the coach told him to pick Malphite, it's that he knew Malphite would make them not have fun. And so that's what he opted in for.
Ah, so it's the double bait. The reverse psychology, the Uno reverse card, right?
Karthus is going to have to burn
I'm not
flash.
having fun, but they're not having fun either. Now, junglers are in a bit of trouble. Yes, you've stolen away the buffs, and this part of the map here, Jubes, seems to be cursed. And Zenk flashes away, but he's going to flash into a bunch of Skittles, which will take him down. As we're going to see a very chaotic set of events take place in the first 3 minutes, and Luch is laughing it straight to the bank with a double kill at level 2 of all things. As Seb also shows up and gets himself a kill too.
Yeah, that's really greedy from Gooby. So, he decided to take the rakes and the red buff as opposed to just taking the red. So what he should have done is take the red, then assess the situation. Is he allowed to take another camp? Because, if they decided to collapse, he could just leave, take the red buff and be out, right? But the fact that he tried to stay, take all of the jungle camps on the side of Pentanet as well, that he got collapsed on and he got punished. He probably could have flashed the Dragon Wall and lived as well, but opted in to flash towards his team or tried to be a little bit cute with it, and very big lead coming over to Pentanet already because 2 kills goes over towards the Cassiopeia, and Tia as well as double buffs are unlucky.
Very unlucky, because we know that Luch loves to play these champions that can scale up effectively, and there's been multiple times it's happened this season where he's been given a small little lead and run away with it as a result. Now, Hingubi gonna respawn, instantly shows attention towards top side. There goes the wall. There goes the damage. It's very anticlimactic in its attempt. Sion will just fall on down and jump into the afterlife.
Yeah, we're seeing the classic, the Nightfall Hingubi special, and probably a little bit unacceptable in the sense that they knew that Karthus only had top jungle camps up and had to run top side, so Pretty bad death there coming out of the Scion, but nevertheless, all of a sudden, Karthus is 2-1, and he's not that bad anymore. Not in a bad spot, and yes, he's still no Cassiopeia, but Karthus accelerated can definitely do a lot of damage to that cast.
Definitely can. And keep an eye on Seb, actually, because he's still going in for the counter jungling. He's looked to steal away as much as he can from this bottom half of the map before he goes for that 4 reset. So yes, whilst Hingubi has got that jungle item ahead of him first, he's also going for back-to-back resets.
What jungle item says to me on Karthus is that he's actually not looking to fight. A lot of Karthuses and a lot of solo queue junglers on first base, they actually opt in for the AP item, so the Codex, or they go for like an Amp Tome Dark Seal. And yes, your clear is far less healthy, but you have a lot more skirmish potential, and you have like a lot more damage on your ultimate. But I think Gooby, on that death, potentially just said to himself, okay, I really just want to put the jungle on cooldown, and by his pathing, he was able to pick up the kill in the top side of the map, and base is again to pick up the Codex. So all of a sudden, in a very good spot.
Definitely is in a very good spot because QUT, as we know them, have been a team that have been rather fantastic when it comes to controlling the likes of Dragons and Heralds, and if he falls behind, that is a bit of a sore point, a bit of a cause for concern, especially if you're starting up a best-of-3 series here. You want to get the ball rolling, and whilst he is behind by what happened in the first 2 minutes down bottom side of the map, he can look to try and stabilize here, hit level 6 with little casualties leading into that point. They're well back on track again.
Sion is laning pretty well into the Hecarim as well, right? He did die, he did get ganked, and still, even in CS, if not up a little bit. So, not much to write home about in the sense of how laning phase has panned out for either of these teams. Just looks like there's a 10 CS differential, traded in each kind of lane, if you will, right? Like, mid CS, obviously double buffs, tier base. First base for Luch is going to be hard to deal with, so Tekka's doing his best just to stay in that lane, and bot lane, pretty big CS lead, growing for the center and the Shen, and both junglers just putting the jungle on cooldown.
And it's interesting, right? Because of the range to discuss, discussion that we had only moments prior. Now, no doubt that's obviously going to change a little bit once level 6 comes on through, and Pentanet suddenly have those 2 major initiation tools available at their disposal. So really for Eden, it's about accruing as much as he can, because both did fall down in that bottom trade. Getting as much as he can before that level 6 power spike comes on through. And if they can look for some advantageous trades as well, then why not? Because Graves right now is the one that is actually starting up the first dragon.
Yeah, so he loses dragon, but he loses the blue buff. Now, I know that stacking dragons is extremely valuable, and the infernal one is a nice one to grab, but if this Cassiopeia doesn't get a blue buff, this is really kind of, I'm not going to say it's really bad, but it's not good, because this Cassio does need the mana to be able to shove this Galio in, and if Cassio is able to hold that thought
here comes the grand entrance on in. Yep, going to zone them away. Can they hold on to this blue buff? It would be crucial. Out goes the root. Does not connect. Now Eden zoned away from the team, looking to stack up that Absolution as much as he can. The blue buff goes out. Who picks it up? It is Tekka, who gets ignited, but may just survive on a sliver of HP. Hingubi finds Retribution, takes out one, level 5. Petrifying Gaze does not hit its target, because yes, whilst it touches Nightfaller, he used the ultimate and shrugs it completely off. Falls on down, and Eden opens up with a kill. Now this is the pressure that we wondered where QUT would find their moments to shine. They've showcased it here, they've grouped up in mid, and they've punished effectively. Just
a little too aggressive, right? Little too aggressive. You can't, and this is the thing, when you have something like Galio, something like the Shen, you have such a strong early mid game that most skirmishes you take, if you play it accordingly, you will win. And Hingubi rocked up to that play late. Pentanet were the first to move, and they still lost out. You're playing with an Ashe, you're playing with a Cassiopeia, you're playing with a Graves. You're not going to win these jungle skirmishes if you take them early, and we're really just seeing kind of the draft coming out of QUT and the proactivity of the Galio ultimate that really won that skirmish for them.
Traded the blue buff for the dragon, but the cascade effect, as you said, really showcases here that now QUT have picked themselves up double blue buff and will get themselves that Herald to boot as well. And that is Hingubi hitting level 6 with 3 kills to his name as well. You get very scared when a jungler has this much influence because you just never quite know where he might be. And a composition that has been drafted to be all about the globals just gets one step closer to coming online.
Well, that's the thing. With a Karthus that's fed, when he's nowhere, he's everywhere. Every time that you trade in lane, you need to start thinking about the lethal of Karthus. So you're actually playing the game with less health than you have. So, the gold coming on out. Karthus 600 gold lead. Mid lane in a actual significant favor of Luch, and across the board, actually, QUT just having gold leads besides, that one position.
Yeah, certainly are. Falling victim to the fact that double buffs are going into the Cassiopeia and having to sack a lot of that minion wave as a result to continue to be healthy.
Yep.
Has fallen on down as a lane swap is going to take place. And attention is going to be shown both sides as finally Pentanet rise up to the occasion, showcase that their ultimates mean a whole bunch. And they connect convincingly to take down Russell.
Yeah, they got their lane assignments a little bit wrong here, QUT. So they're having their bot lane duo lane into the Galio, and you'd have to say that Galio is happy to do that because he still is able to wave clear mid. Really no threat of being killed by this Ashe and this Leona, and he's able to just, sit here and farm.
That was crazy. Still actually without level 6, so there was no solar flare to initiate with.
No.
Enchanted Arrow was held onto, wasn't going to go for any crazy cross-map plays.
But it's hard for your Galio to move, right? Your Galio can't move to that play because he's laning against the duo. Galio needs to be in the Cassio lane. Yes, it's going to be hard for him. He's not going to win that lane by any means, but it's far better for him than laning into an Ashe and a Leona.
Yeah, it certainly is. Going to keep him further and further behind and really reduces impact. We talk about him being a champion that can flourish still even when behind, but at what point do you say enough is enough?
Well, he's not really that behind in this game. It's just like the Cassio's really accelerated.
Oh, in the sense of, how we talked about certain players and how they'd be like, they'd be behind, be it 0-5, but be playing Malphite, so they're still always going to be valuable with what they bring. But no doubt, Luch is obviously going to be very happy with how the situation has panned with the lane assignments and with the CS lead that continues to be found here, as he'll be no doubt the first on the map to hit the 100 mark.
We're seeing the global Shen ulti into the top lane. The gank comes on through, cancels the Scion ultimate.
Yep, hits the stand united and guarantees that the Scion will not find the same amount of success that we saw in the previous quarterfinal. That's the second death of the game now, as they can look to try and mitigate all the damage that he possesses from his second life bar. And with Hingubi having that Herald, may look to try and deploy it topside, as Tekka is still not finding any form of fun in this game. He's been pushed up to this turret for what feels like the last 5 minutes. And with numbers rotating, they may look to try and swing their attention towards bot side to keep the center from really getting as much stacks as possible. Solar Flare cleansed, flashes out of the arrow, but still gets stunned, rotates through the cooldowns and might just have enough sustain as the collateral damage comes on through, but lethal is not achieved.
So the actual good thing that is coming out of this game so far for QUT is the fact that Gooby is getting extremely fed. Now, if you look at the damage across the board for QUT, most of it is physical, right? Galio is magic, sure, but not really a champion that you're going to be prioritizing a lot of MR against. Now, itemization becomes hard when this center really isn't that far behind, right? Even CS has a kill, sure had to burn double sums there, lost a wave, but in context of the game, is okay, is farming, is doing fine. And so now it's like, okay, well, if this Hecarim kind of gets ahead, if this center is okay, and Shen's there, then all of a sudden there's a bit of physical damage, and Karthus really is the only magic one, but Karthus is at a point now where you've got to start thinking about building magic damage and magic resistance, and if you do, then that's when you'll see the center and the Hecarim really take over. So game's kind of in a weird spot for Pentanet right now in terms of itemization and what stats do they want to build for.
Yeah, because if you double dip, then you're weak in both categories.
Yeah.
But if you prioritize towards more than the other champion as a result, then it starts to pop off. So as you say, yeah, a bit of a weird spot right now. And no doubt I'd be wanting to say maybe itemize towards that magic resistance because Hingubi continues to grow. Hitting now 4-on-1, the only player in the game that's got a bounty to his name as well.
Crazy because how the game started too, right? Wasn't expecting him to be, the one that was ahead in this game, and
I mean, it's been both quarterfinals already, right? Both the junglers have always been so proactive and said, look, we're not going to go for those full clears, wait for level 6, AFK, let the laners do whatever they want, look to try and maybe peek ahead into an objective. No, this is level 2, we're invading, we're trading buffs, we're forcing fights, we're trying to get early leads found in these matchups within the first 5 minutes.
And so this is the lane assignments that I wanted to see out of both teams, right? Having their duos in mid lane, having their respective side lanes answer each other. This is much more of a stable game state and really can come down to like whichever team executes properly first. But, Luch in the mid lane is kind of a weird one, but this is what it says to me. Arrow lands, really well played.
Yeah, Arrow, Solar Flare, and that's the CC Wombo train that this time cannot be cleansed out of. Eden will fall victim to it. With numbers in the area, they will make sure it sticks. Can they
Hecarim's
find much
actually-
of it? I mean, 15 seconds on the Herald.
Yeah, this Hecarim's actually losing the side lane to the Scion. I thought it would be kind of a matchup in which... I thought it would be a matchup kind of where the Hecarim would just, you know, proc that Conqueror and just spin to win, but he's actually losing the trades. Picked up the Trinity Force now, maybe this is where it starts to turn.
Yep, maybe this will help. Obviously, the Ninja Tabby is doing a fair bit to negate a fair bit of that auto attack damage. Not to mention the chain vest there. Now, question is, will QT look to contest? That's a two-man taunt. Out comes the Dawning Shadow. Damage and mitigation. Can they find their pick target? They go for the taunt. They take out Seb. The stopwatch expires, and Crazy's life bar might do just the same. They won't chase him because they got a Requiem, but it tickles at this stage because as soon as he pops that shield, he gains so much mitigation.
Nice dodge.
Petrifying Gaze gets sidestepped, but Nightfaller takes that Crazy in the end. There's only so much run and gun you can do. And when QUT group up, they not only take the Herald, but they take you down as well.
Just a really clean team fight from QUT, landing the multi-man taunt from the Shen into the Galio ultimate, really into every ultimate that they have, right? They're kind of that traditional R button composition, and they just ran them down, and it was a nice display of kind of micro as well. You know, Nightfaller turning the Cassiopeia ultimate, picking up the kill on the back end as well. So just seeing the strength of QUT's composition, and, you know, they put their faith in this kind of niche pick in the top lane, but whilst it hasn't been the predominant carry, yes, it has all the kill participation. You know, the Karthus from Gooby has come up trumps.
Certainly has, and for good reason too. I mean, he's at one of those check marks of, you know, optimal strength right now with all the magic penetration he has between the Sork Boots and the Oblivion Orb. That with the jungle item of Runic Echoes, that's a fair bit of damage. Yes, it tickled the Leona, but any other champion, if there is no magic resistance, guarantee you that is going to deliver a bit of a punch.
A punch indeed, and this is kind of a game state you never really want to be in on Senna. Senna, you know, you see champs where, like, you know, they're 1, 2, and 5 or 1, 2, and 6, and there's still hope that they're going to ramp up into the game. Hold that thought. Arrow lands.
Arrow.
To burn Hecarim ult. It's just
Once
on
again.
cooldown.
Yep, it's the bot lane Joe CC train once again. He has nowhere to run. He doesn't have the ultimate, I don't believe, or it's just come up and he had no chance to use it.
It did just come up. I was keeping an eye on it. He didn't have time to use it, and potentially he would have died mid-channel anyway, so it's better to just die and have the ultimate up on that one, but Eden's caught.
Back to back they go. The mist might protect him, but when it expires, will he utilize that Fog of War? No, you can't find a way to run away from that one. The AoE explosion, the cone of death, if you will, that comes from this Graves. Fantastic timing really achieved here by Pentanet to stabilize what was a bit of a scary situation from that previous Herald denial. Back-to-back team fights, or back-to-back skirmishes finding successful picks. Maybe they can achieve a little bit more as a result.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good from coming out of side of Pentanet, right? They just lost a pretty big team fight. They were able to pick up 2 kills here, get some pressure back into the game, burn a few summoners as well, so it's going to make their next team fight a little bit easier. So really good heads-up play, and we're seeing the experience come through from them. Able to lose a team fight, but still come onto the map and find a few picks and get their way kind of back into the game.
I'm curious whether or not Russell will decide to go for a Mikhail's Crucible here. Obviously after the Stone Plate, whether or not it'll be a niche little itemization choice when he goes in for the Stand United perhaps, or goes for a Taunt, then to be able to cleanse somebody out, because the CC train that Pentanet have at their disposal every couple of minutes, it's proven to be almost a guaranteed, we see you, we take you down.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Having the Mikhail's Crucible really just makes the Ash Arrow non-existent, and you know, there's a lot of champions that can't build the QSS, Senna being one of them. I think it's too crucial for Senna to hit those kind of item power spikes. The QSS really just, you know, messes her build too much, and Galio gets arrowed, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but you know, with the Cassio putting down the miasma, anyone that gets arrowed does just die.
Yeah, you can't flash out of it, you can't use any of those mobility spells to disengage from it. You start to wonder, what can we do to patch this weakness, or are we quite content with that is your strength? You've got those bursts of damage and CC to cause a bit of disruption. Our strength comes from being able to play the map, utilize not only our teleports, but our globals to sort of keep you bleeding right now, because as it stands, 19 minutes on the dot, is the QT targets are up by about 3k gold.
You know what's funny to me this game is that if you look at Karthus CS, Karthus is almost at 10 CS per minute. Luch is almost at 10 CS per minute, and then the mid laner of QT is at the same as Graves. It's like they've just traded farm. Cassio's matching Karthus in terms of farm, Graves is matching Galio in terms of farm.
This is almost like, you know, your matchup from Buggy and Faulkner, right, where they lane swap. Hingubi's playing a mid laner just from the jungle.
Yeah, and he's just saying, you know, I'll take the waves, you take the jungle camps.
He's literally just flipped the script. He's causing a bit of confusion right now. Why not? I mean, if you're this far ahead with a 550 bounty to your name as well, give him all the resources you can.
You know, anyone that doesn't have magic resist right now is taking true damage from the Karthus, pretty much, by the way.
Absolutely.
So the Oblivion Orb penetration, combined with what will be a death cap, I'm pretty sure, on the base coming through here. Oh no, it wasn't Karthus basing. I got baited by the recall from the Shen.
Shen.
Yeah, but you know, death cap will come through soon, and then that's probably going to be half your health bar gone at this point in the game, especially because it is level 13 Karthus.
And you have to also add the fact that not only himself, but the likes of Galio too would welcome that CC train to come to them, especially if they're fighting over an objective to say, yeah, take me down. Just give me a next, you know, a second resource bar. Give me another chance to continue to fight from the afterlife. You've got a Scion, we've got a Karthus, but one of them actually does damage.
Yeah, for sure. And it's kind of, the game's kind of slowed down a little bit, right? Like, we've seen a few kills, we saw the tempo picked up in this game, but now both teams are happy to just trade minion waves, farm jungle camps, and it does get like that when you see, like, crucial item spikes that are nearly there. And if you look at the Graves, the Black Cleaver's nearly there. Look at Cassiopeia, Morello's is almost there. Death Cap's coming through from Karthus in a hot minute. So, you know, both of these teams are kind of just gentlemen's agreement. We're not going to make any plays. We'll just wait for the next neutral objective to spawn or wait for our item thresholds to come on through. And, you know, they can't be too far away, right? It's 950 for Graves. It's 1,100 for Karthus, and he's been on the map for a while. So we have to think that this game might explode on the next neutral objective, which could be this Mountain Drake. Or, you know, potentially they just give that one away and have sole point for QUT.
And it is the interesting point, you know, whether or not QUT are playing for this or not, because as it stands, they have been using their composition to good effect. You know, 3 turrets to 0. They have been playing them out. They've been playing the global strength, and they've been saying, well, Pensnet, if you want to find any form of success, you've got to group up, find a lane, target a member, and gank them on repeat.
Yeah.
And, you know, they are, you know, losing a lot of money as a result. Yes, that 3k gold lead has stabilized. It hasn't really swung either way in a lot of time, but with this next Dragon, these next 60 seconds, be interesting to observe what the shot calling is.
Yeah, it's going to be... I'm curious to see whether or not Pentanet decide to give up that Dragon. You know, they may actually have to if Graves dies here, but...
Yeah, Seb is lucky. He actually uses his ultimate to disengage away there, so hangs onto the dash, hangs onto his flash too.
If he dies there, that might be a Baron. Karthus just chews through Barons there. Lucky he doesn't die there, gets the reset off, has no ultimate now though.
Got that Black Cleaver, so definitely they want to make sure that he can be unleashed in those team fights, find a good angle, and allow both Scion and Ashe to flourish.
Now with the way that Pentanet are posturing, it looks like Arrow's going in. Wait a sec.
Ooh, good side step.
Okay, what I was going to say, it looked like they were trying to trade that Dragon for a Baron. Keep in mind, Cassiopeia is the highest kind of single target damage champion in the game in terms of especially burning a Baron down. And what we're seeing here is that trade. That's what it looks like.
Can they race it down? We talk about gentleman's agreement, but there's a part of the game we say, maybe you're taking it just a little bit too far. They're going to all group up there in the pixel bush. Hookshot will reveal. And now surely they have to know. They're going to be only one other place they go. Miasma locks him in place. He gets the dash away though, Juves. Oh, very lucky there. Hingubi has been left to his own to take this Dragon, and he melts it. It's a little too late here by Pentanet.
Yeah, a little bit too late, and good call out of QUT, right? Having your jungler just solo that Dragon, get the 4-man to stop you from doing that Baron buff. And, you know, if Ashe has Arrow there in that scenario, it's probably a big game changer, right? You know, that Arrow would have landed, would have been enough time to CC someone up, kill them, and potentially start that Baron buff, but using the kind of the Ashe ultimate for a Hail Mary play in the mid lane just 30 seconds prior maybe wasn't the right play if that was their intention.
Will we see the Rabadon's cap? He's gone for the recall. There it is. The evolution as well for the Muramana. It is there. The damage is well and truly
online
in QUT's favor.
Yep. And if we're looking at itemization coming on through, Hecarim nearly has that Death Dance. Going to be hard to deal with in the side lane once he gets that. But Ashe's one's interesting. Has the Aegis, but then the double dagger. So he obviously wants to go the Runans, but he's very scared of the Karthus and just opted in for the magic resistance to I guess. But it's going to lose out on, you lose out on what? What is that, 1.1? I think it's 1.1 from memory. 1.1 thousand.
You're delaying your core build for such a long time.
But you're delaying your core to stay alive, but also like the trade-off is that I think you still die anyway. You know what I mean? Like, you probably still die through an Aegis with that death cap and level 14 Karthus. So potentially the Runans would have just been better to have. Hang on a second. Galio,
hang on a minute. Most supports are flexing their might right now. The CC chain from Pensnet gets used to no good effect. They connect on the Shen. Now, here comes the Scion. Jumps on in, but falls to flash on out. Requiem! Look at the damage. Aegis or not, Ash gets evaporated.
Yeah, and it's just one of those games where the Karthus is just a little bit too far ahead. And the composition coming out of QUT, right? Every time they go on someone, it's the wrong target. In that sense, they burnt a lot of cooldowns onto Russell. Russell's happy, he's got the Stoveplate, got the Galio ult coming on through, and once you're fighting in that kind of area and blew your cooldowns, then Galio is just going to have a field day. You're not going to get through him. Russell just kind of has a bit of a fun moment there.
Luke's trying to do it all. He might find one. Can they find any more? Nope, too little, too late. He has the blue buff, but he's going to fall on down. Burns the flash as well as the cleanse juice. He tried to go for the 1v5 hero play. It's not going to be enough here as all eyes go back to Hingubi with a disastrous start, but a fantastic turnaround with a Requiem that literally just, I don't know, made them see the light.
Well, I would say that the hidden hero in this game is actually Galio, right? Like, Tekka for me was the reason that they were able to get back in this game, and Russell. They're the ones that stopped the blue buff steal. They're the ones that kind of, forced that skirmish at the blue buff and really enabled Guvi to kind of power farm and get some kills back to his name and get himself in the game. We often talk about these people and these names that we get used to seeing week in and week out, but very important to keep note of the role players on this team and the enablers. And Tekka and Russell, for me, this game have really been the stable ones. Yes, he's down, a bunch of CS, but that's not his role when playing Galio.
Definitely isn't his role, and as you highlight, he's played it before and he'll play it again because he is able to assist his team in finding that key target and make it just a little bit harder for Pensnet to utilize their CC chain and say, that is not the target we're after. That's how it started. They utilized what had worked for them in the first 25 minutes of this game. Wrong target and zero execution to follow things up with, and when the Tigers are angry, they're ready to pounce. Requiem started it off with the damage to connect, and Nightfaller with this damage right now, but Death Dance now complete. Made very light work of anybody looking to run away. And their game plan has been quite clear here. With the Baron buff as well, we've been locked at 3 turrets to 0 for such a long time, but this start to threaten the base.
It's a level 16 Karthus ult now. I'd actually just want to see him press the ultimate, just so I can see the damage that it does to full health targets, and that's excluding a Dark Harvest proc. If they're in Dark Harvest range, they actually just genuinely die. And again, that's one of those arrows that's just kind of a Hail Mary. Like, you should wait till you get closer and then throw it when it's more reliable. But Tekka just ult out like this, no arrow now, and it's just you're going to lose your base now.
Yep. 5 turrets to 0 here, Juves. They invested so much onto Nightfaller, and he kind of just shrugged it off. As we will now turn our attention to threatening a mid inhibitor. Petrifying Gaze goes out. Hingubi lucky to survive, very down low. But Eden takes him out. Collateral damage is not enough to blast them from afar because they're already far too gone out of this team fight. But here comes the Requiem.
Oh. Bit anticlimactic. Very anticlimactic, actually.
Level 16. Did damage, but we didn't see the instant one-shot. Doesn't seem to matter, though, because this is what you were highlighting. The itemization, what do you go for? Armor or magic resist? Because if one doesn't kill you, the other certainly will. And that's exactly what Nightfaller did. He finds himself a double kill. And they take as many members as they can down. At the 28-minute mark, they will get an inhibitor as well.
I think Luch that fight pretty much as well as possible. He was unlucky not to get the kill on Gubi on the back end there, but we're really seeing the strength of QUT now. 10,000 gold lead. That fight probably was worst case scenario for QUT, right? Like, in the sense that Karthus had no access to the fight, didn't do anything besides drop a Requiem, and it really just wasn't enough to even kill a member.
We wondered this question earlier in the game here, Juves, whether or not Russell would go for the Mikhails. He has. So it's a fantastic little tech pickup to ensure that if they do find a target, or if they do get jumped upon...
Hey, don't say we. Don't say we. Give yourself the compliment. I didn't say it. I agreed with you.
I was going to say we as a team.
No,
so
I'm talking. That's all you, bud. You claim that. You're the brains.
Well, if you want to claim it. Okay. Well, I was going to say, if Shen wants to jump in there, find a target, look to try and negate really everything that Pentanet have thrown their way, well, that completely goes out the window. And Pentanet starts to scratch their head and go, well, how do we get ourselves back into this game? 29 minutes, we're down by 10k. We haven't been able to find a single structure. It's looking a little bit doomed.
I think if the second inhibitor goes down, you start talking about next game, Skimmy. That's when you start saying, boys, this one might be a little bit lost. You know, what's the plan? What's the plan for next game? Bush Cheese could be one of them, but just going to see them push their waves in, play 2 lanes of pressure now. They don't need to go down mid anymore. You know, Galio's just going to sit there because he has the access with the ultimate to hit both side lanes if need be. But you just walk these 2 lanes in at the same time, and it's going to be very hard for Pentanet to really, you know, hold their base. They do have that Ashe arrow, they do have the Leona engaged, so the hope is that QUT get a little bit overzealous. You know, they try and, you know, push that little bit too far up a lane, and they just get engaged on and take that favorable fight. But if Pentanet just play their waves and play their pressure accordingly, then it's going to be very hard to deal with.
You can see here that, you know, their wave clearing, they actually sent 3 members down again to collapse on the Hecarim, but it didn't work once. I can't see it working a second time. Now he's gone for the adaptive helm. He's got a ton of damage mitigation. He's got all the tenacity in the world to boot as well.
That's not the Louis Vuitton skin. What's he doing?
The High Noon skin is the horse riding one. It's actually the one that I like.
The Louis Vuitton shroud is the mist is just so nice. You cannot not use that skin.
It feels expensive, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It feels, yeah, it does. It does. I look at it and I think, damn, I forked out for this skin. You know what I mean?
Yep, it's like the biggest flex you can do in a video game.
I got the Kiana one, but then I don't play Kiana anymore, so it's just sitting there and I'm really sad. Anyway, Seb face checks, and
Seb does face check, and despite his best efforts, he is going to get very, very low. 11 health turns to 10, and he falls on down eventually. Eden finds it. Out comes the teleport. The Requiem was just used as well. The members are low, the members are bleeding, and the members are falling on down. Here comes the hero's entrance. Tekka acting like Superman because he just does it all. He hits that taunt, of course he does. And he guarantees once again a Hecarim with another double kill.
This might be a good game. And this is just the end from QUT, and they never really looked in doubt, right? You know, there was a little bit of a hiccup in the early game, and Pentanet really punished the over-aggression and the, you know, Gooby being that player who does like his jungle camps a little bit too much at times. And other than that, QUT have really looked good as a team, and I think that's what we compliment them for the most, right? Is that they actually look good as a unit, as a team. They were making plays in top side of the map with the Shen ultimate, and they were making all the right plays across the board with the Galio ultimate, and they really allowed Gooby to get back into the game, and it's just a really solid game from them.
I mean, they got to a point, as you saw from that last fight, where they were so far ahead, they didn't even have to use certain ultimates. You know, the Stand United was just there as a distant afterthought. They were that strong, that convincing, that much further ahead of their opponents to say, you can't shut us down. They could throw just their basic abilities and take them down. And there was little answers left there from Pentanet. It's going to be very much a case of back to the drafting board of what we can do. No doubt going to be looking to utilize this break to their best effect to reset the mental and get themselves ready for the second game in this best of 3. Because that's what we're going to do. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see you back shortly for Game 2 in the second quarterfinal.
Welcome back for game 2 of our best of 3 between Pentanet.GG Rise as well as the QT Tigers. And Juves, would it be fair to say that Pentanet's comp was maybe a little bit linear in the way that they were only really able to find success with their Leona Ashe combo, as opposed to the Tigers that just seem to have multiple threats in different avenues?
I think like we saw that the Pentanet composition was no slouch when it came to skirmishes, and if they just played the game correctly, but I think they just tried to bite a little bit more than they can chew, and it really came back to bite them, if you will, you know, in the sense that they tried to push for blue buffs, they tried to push for, you know, neutral objectives that weren't theirs yet, and it's very hard to skirmish around neutral objectives, especially early when you're versing the likes of a Galio, the likes of a Karthus. It's really where those champions excel, because you're fighting in such a small corridor and a small window, and you're just being punished so hard for it.
And we saw that obviously act as a catalyst to not only bring Hingobi back into the game, but allow him essentially in a lot of those team fights to add so much impact in that alive or dead, you can't just come into this area of the map because I can just do so much to zone your way. And if that's one part of the game, well, hang on a minute, we've got AD damage as well that is just running rampant, where Hecarim a lot of time left his own device, just picking up back-to-back doubles.
I think they would have won that game even without the Hecarim. I actually don't think the Hecarim did much in that game. You know, he was actually behind in lane for most of it. The Scion actually probably had, you know, a stronger laning phase, was having priority for most of the laning phase. So for me, the pick didn't really, like, you know, work, if you will, in the sense that how I thought it would. But I think that, you know, that's scary for me if the pick doesn't necessarily work, but they still win anyway.
Well, let's see what kind of adaptations are made as we jump into our second game with the Tigers threatening match point to put themselves into the semi-finals. How will Pentanet look to bounce back? One adaptation already has to be the fact that they have banned away the Karthus, and this time a bit of a difference. Yes, the Shaker remains, but the Caitlyn and the Karma have been let through. As for the QUT, their bans have not changed. Identical here in their approach, and this time they'll be first pick too.
Yeah, and I mean, the Karma's first picked over the Caitlyn. It's interesting because Caitlyn, yes, you can play Ashe into it, it's really fine, but Caitlyn has, in terms of win rate, in terms of play, in terms of everything, has really just skyrocketed on this patch. So surprised that these teams have let Caitlyn on through. Maybe these ADs aren't comfortable playing yet. I'm just checking some Caitlyn stats now. Yeah, on this patch, Caitlyn is the highest win rate AD. Most picked, highest win rate, 53% win rate. That's quite significant, especially when you consider the actual pick rate of the champion. And Ashe is obviously next best, so if you do get your hands on either of those ADs, then you're quite happy. But Pentanet have really just opted in for the Xayah, Rakan, and Senna, so they've just kind of both bypassed these two picks that are really kind of S tier right now in bot lane.
It's interesting because I think Pentanet were the first team in the OCS to really revive the idea of a Xayah Rakan. They were the ones that brought it back to showcase what it was all about, even Rakan being played on its own as a crazy showcase that he can do more than just play the likes of Nautilus and Yuumi. QT Tigers, they're feeling themselves after what they found as a successful duo to start off with. They're going to run it back once again and make sure that Tekka can act as that facilitator. Did it as Galio, and no doubt can look to do the exact same here as Karma.
Well, I think they've actually got their hands, I think Pentanet have actually got their hands on a pretty decent lane, even though they had no business in getting that. The Xayah Rakan's going to have a lot of kill threat onto this Shen, onto the Senna in particular, right? Shen, yes, can put down the force field and take no damage from basic attacks, but that's not where Xayah and Rakan, you know, do most of their damage. It's just going to be instant. You're not going to be able to get that down in time, and you got to decide, do you taunt on top of your ADC to stop the majority of that damage coming on through, or do you taunt forward? So it doesn't sound like it's going to be a particularly good lane for them, but, you know, who knows? It's not a lane that we're used to seeing too often.
Definitely don't see it too often, but what we don't see also is the fact that so many adaptations are being found here in this drafting phase. That's another one. We mentioned that we didn't think the Hecarim delivered as much as perhaps it was meant to. Still, Pentanet are quite terrified of it, especially once it reached those later parts of the game. Very difficult to lock down. Very much able to access those backline characters, especially if they have no mobility. Bear in mind, obviously, Xayah, a bit similar in that same regard. Yes, as the Featherstorm, but once that is gone, still very vulnerable as the Kindred goes away as well.
I think that's
and the question goes back to the Tigers. You know, what will Hingobi play?
I think that Hecarim ban is more recency bias than anything, in the sense that they've just lost a game, right? And the game probably felt very overwhelming for them, and they probably thought, man, this Hecarim was just running over us. But I'm sure if they watched that game back, they'd actually see that Hecarim actually wasn't the problem. yes, Hecarim got ahead, and yes, Hecarim started doing Hecarim things. Like, of course, I'm not denying that Hecarim didn't do anything in that game, but Hecarim wasn't the catalyst behind the victory for QUT. And it's potentially something that they could have laned into, had another good lane, and played the game on the other side of the map. But, you know, whatever. You don't want to verse the unknown, and that's what they've done. And yeah, Nidalee is an interesting pick that I want to see from Gooby. He's invested a lot of time onto it this patch.
And what do we think about it in this matchup in particular? Because also we know Kha'Zix loves to go for those 1v1s.
Yeah.
A big deviation here from Seb, bear in mind. But then obviously the likes of Nidalee, obviously no slouch when it comes to those 1v1s, but loves to farm.
So when people pick Nidalee against me, Kha'Zix is the one pick that I play. I think it's a very Kha'Zix favored matchup. But if Nidalee has uninterrupted tempo, gets runic echoes, and is relatively, you know, uninterrupted in the game, Nidalee is a far better champion, right? So again, the onus is more on Kha'Zix to make something happen. And you can either kill the Nidalee like pre-6 or after 6, but the volatility is there in the matchup. And like all volatile matchups, if one person doesn't get punished, generally that one champion kind of outscales, if you will. So I think it's going to come down to Tekka as well. Can Tekka, you know, protect this Nidalee pick? Can Tekka be there at the skirmishes that are going to take place potentially at the Scuttle Crabs or Jungle Camps? Because we know Luch on this Victor is going to just be farming up a Storm and probably, you know, happy to just sit there, farm 10 CS per minute, but it kind of goes against what Kha'Zix wants to do. So we'll have to see what they do in terms of a mid-jungle 2v2.
And that's what I'm curious on, because there's no denying that what Pentanet have in different quadrants of the map are going to be incredibly strong when paired together. But, you know, will they have enough to patch this early game where you can see that QUT no doubt are going to want to be in their face again? You know, you've got a double support comp. Eden no doubt going to be looking just to farm up, try and zone away, try and be proactive, hit those chains, and just guarantee the CC momentum once again. Are we seeing a clear favorite here in draft? Do you think it's a lot more even this time around?
Look, I think the later this game goes, the harder Pentanet win, but I think QUT have the tools to really make this one a quick game. You know, they have the Karma in the mid lane who can really just, you know, get prio, push the skirmishers, roam a lot with the Nidalee, and Volibear. I think we've seen Nightfall play this quite a bit, and Volibear into Maokai is a Volibear like favored matchup, but it is playable for the Maokai. But you know, if he does misplay, if Nightfaller does, you know, manage to get himself that lead, then the matchup can become quite hard really quickly. And majority of this Shen center like power spike around this Manamune, they're going to have to do so. And you know what I expect to see? We expect to see this Volibear get level 6, Shen ultis top, Volibear the nice turret, and they just straight turret dive this Maokai. So a lot of the action is going to be taking place in sides for the side of QUT, whereas the Pentanet lineup are very happy playing front to back with Kha'Zix just sitting on the side as well. So in terms of favor of the draft, I think they both do different things. I think this game needs to end, if we go to 45 minutes, 50 minutes, and the game's even, I definitely say my money's on Pentanet to win this game. But, you know, on the same sense, QUT have all the tools, all the tempo to really get this game going in the right direction.
So I suppose to bridge the gap, because you mentioned earlier that the QT Tigers could look to try and end this game quite early to make it a win for them to get a clean 2-0 to progress to the semi-finals. And then you highlighted the fact that there's these kind of two differences between the mid-duo that Pentanet have. Is there a clear favourite of who you'd want to invest in more, be it the Kha'Zix or the Victor, to try and bridge that gap so that the Tigers can't steamroll too far ahead?
I'm kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm kind of, you know, I don't know who to choose. Because on one hand, I really like playing Kha'Zix into Nidalee, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think there's just so many windows in which Kha'Zix can find a solo kill or really abuse the Nidalee. But, you know, I'm really a big fan of the Karma mid lane, especially when you're versing something like Victor that doesn't necessarily, you know, clear waves too well, too early. And in the sense that, you know, this Karma is going to be able to push waves and move and really act as like a facilitator or a presence to protect this Nidalee pick. And then if you pair them two together, you know, I start to lean towards the Karma and the Nidalee if they can really start to secure some neutral objectives or influence some sides. But, you know, in the same sense, right, if Luch just does Luch things and manages to pick up his 10 CS per minute, lane extremely well, and Seb picks up, you know, maybe 1 or 2 solo kills or 1 or 2 kills in a side lane, then all of a sudden I'm like, well, of course I'd rather be playing the Victor and the Kha'Zix. So I think it just comes down to playstyle, execution, and who gets that lead when in the crucial times of the game.
So do you think then it would be fair to say that, much like what we've seen through this entire quarterfinal today already, it's very much jungle focused on who can look to try and find an advantage for these teams? Or would you say that with this adaptation that Pentanet have made, they haven't gone for the Caitlyn, they've let it through, they've gone for their stable in Zaya Khan. It's very much on them to try and keep this Shen and Senna at bay and prevent them from getting as big as they were last game.
Yeah, and I mean, the Shen and Senna laned actually extremely well. And it was something that, they were up like 20 or 30 CS in lane, and then they did the flip as well, and they decided to flip, which then like made the game even put in a better state for them. So they're definitely comfortable on these two champions. And, if you're not forced off them and you have a really good game one, I guess why not just roll it back again, right? Why not just go for it one more time? And that's what they've opted in for. They're deciding to just play that again. And, Pentanet have played against it once now, and they've gone and theory crafted a Zaya Khan. And again, is that just comfort? Is it a really good lane for them? We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. But the last time we saw them play Zaya Khan, I believe they had a huge performance.
Might be what they're banking on here today, Jubes, because they are on the verge of falling out of these quarterfinals. They'll need a big game here to bring this best of 3 back to dead even at 101. As the QT Tigers come in, they pick what they found success within the past game, the past season, the past meta as a whole as well. But something that is new is this Nidalee for Hingubu. We know how much of a driving force, how much of a big character he is for this team as a whole. Will the impact of his solo queue shenanigans pay off here today, or will what Pentanet have be enough to hold them in to the late game and bring us to a game 3?
And I think this game is really going to set the tone for where we see the junglers start, right? Is this Kha'Zix going a path towards his Zaya Khan? Are they going to start in lane? Where's Nidalee going to start? Maybe we'll see both junglers end up on the same side of the map, but you'd have to think that favors the Kha'Zix. He's opted in for the electrocute. There has been, a surge in Kha'Zixes that take phase rush with the ignite and the smite. I've done it a couple times. Definitely like it in certain situations, but I'd have to agree with Seb on this one. It's not the game for it. Generally, I like phase rush and smite ignite when the team has a lot of slows, right? Because you can really just proc that phase rush really easily and get the move speed and negate a lot of those slows. So it's not really a game for it if you ask me.
Well, we'll see what happens in this game regardless, as both junglers will go for a red start, with Hingubu having a slight advantage based on the fact he got himself a leash. Now, keep an eye Nightfaller actually going for a very early trade here, topside try. Whether or not we get the camera to pan across to him, he's actually gone for a nice little trade to keep the tree at bay. Just going to bash away at one another. Press the attack versus grasp, but sure looks to even things out there, as that's no doubt what we're going to see for the majority of this very early game.
This lane from Maokai is just...
online, it gets a little bit scarier.
Yeah, this lane from Maokai is just all grass procs and denying the press the attack proc, or at least denying the second bright, the frenzied maul. If he can deny the frenzied maul, he actually wins the war of attrition, because Volibear isn't able to sustain, that much better than a Maokai is, especially with the grasp and the passive coming on through the sap. Yep. So yeah, I want to keep my eyes on that top lane for sure as this game plays out.
I think we've seen this matchup sparingly, but I believe you'd say, Volibear favoured based on the fact that the passive for Volibear is going to allow him to push that wave in very, very easily. So no doubt we'll get to see if Seb has to go up, say, top side to help fix the wave.
So the Shen and Senna are actually getting priority in this lane. Generally, you see Zaya Khan fight for priority level 1 because they have such a strong level 1. Obviously, over the patches that has been nerfed, but they're more than happy to farm that wave under turret. And, I actually didn't take note, but I believe last game, Eden was the one that was farming on the center, correct? And this time it is Russell actually eating the farm. And there has been a swap in rune as well. Last game he opted in for the Glacial Augment, and this game he's opted in for the Grasp. So potentially what they've done here is that Zaya Khan is a bit of a volatile lane, and he's not comfortable playing the center into that lane. So he opts in for the Grasp, makes him that much tankier. He's going to go the Frozen Mallet as a first item, and I'm just going to hold that thought. Yep, I'm going to go Frozen Mallet for the first item. So makes himself a little bit tankier and harder to one-shot with the Zaya Khan combo.
And I think, it's a nice heads-up play, because look what you're going into. You're going into a Kha'Zix that's going to be ganked. You're going into a Vic that can look to output serious damage as well. And you're looking to try and, keep Pentanet at bay and say, yes, this is your strongest bot lane duo. We're not going to really welcome that threat. We're just very content farming up stacks, and navigating ourselves into that mid game where I'm not an easy target to take on down.
Yeah, for me, the best champion to do this with, though, with the center, is the Maokai. So I would love for them to see them pick the Maokai up instead of the Shen. Obviously, we know they love the Shen in the bot lane, especially Russell, but, you know, we'll have to see how this one plays out. I think Maokai does a little bit better in terms of, like, Maokai is a lot better in terms of lower resources as well as less EXP. Whereas I think Shen needs a lot more of it. Yes, you're playing Shen for the ultimate, but, you know, definitely lose a lot of Shen's damage early and the ability to solo out a carry at times.
Certainly do. We've seen obviously a ton of variations really on the fasting center. We've seen Wukongs, Pantheons, Time Kenches, Maokai, as you highlight as well. A variation between either they've got some very strong scaling or they have a ton of sustain to keep them going for the harassment, as you can see they are facing right now.
That's a very early aggressive pickup from the Volibear, opting in for the Executioner's Calling. So it's already putting a halt on the healing from Maokai and picking up a pretty significant CS lead already.
Yep, gone for the Doran's Rings as well. We also know what the Thunder can do if it connects, a big meaty shield for him to play around, and no doubt wants those long trades, as you highlight, for the Frenzied Mole. Now, here goes Crazy. Flashes forward for the dash, does not connect because the flash is used by Eden in response. Pentanet were trying to find first blood.
It's a very good flash from Eden, but now he runs the risk of just being one-shot. So I'm actually a big fan of those trades. You know, trading the flash on the Rakan for the immobile center is actually a very good trade because now Eden has to play this lane a lot differently. And also, just as soon as Crazy dings 6, probably going to be looking at Eden for a one-shot. So Rakan, you know, pretty safe as is in lane, has 2 dashes and
Top side is where we're at right now, but Luch is on the hunt. He flashes
blood.
forward, guarantees himself the first blood bounty. And we'll just tickle Hengubi on the retreat. So attention was shown top side, but it will be a very small lead here found for Pentanet.
And he actually didn't get punished for that. So, you know, Luch using the TP to cheat a little bit of priority and then able to walk up topside and pick up a kill, loses the midway for it, but Troy won't mind getting first blood and, you know, losing one wave for first blood.
Dream start really for Luch. We wondered where the attention would be. Would it be to get the Kazakhs online a little bit quicker, or would it be to get the Victor? Well, it seems to me that Luch is just taking control into his own hands. Destiny belongs to him. Just runs top side and picks himself up a kill for that effort. Burns his flash, burns his teleport. Whether or not these areas of the map now that don't have their flash become priorities for the junglers to connect upon, or if they will be quite content just farming away.
So the longer that this game goes in terms of a stalemate, right, like 1-for-1 and Kazakh's not having any of that KP, the game kind of, you know, swings more and more into Nidalee's favor. See Nidalee hit 6 already, and we're going to see, I'm going to hold that thought because it looks like we're going to see a contest coming out of here. I'm not sure if Kubi wants to give that one away. Shen is looking for the flank, centers in, teleports
himself in, pound spear, damage, no, can't steal it, gets evaporated, taken on down. Xayah finds his first kill in this game. Russell forced to burn that flash to disengage out of the Dragon Pit as well. So, 2 different attempts here have been shown to start off by the Tigers. But Pentanet, they're ready to rumble in this game too.
Yeah, so that's a very big kind of mistake coming out of Kubi there. You either play for the smite or you play for the fight. You can't have both, and what that was QUT playing for smite and playing for fight. Coming out worse for wears for that one, losing the dragon, losing the kill, losing summoners. So really good play there coming out of Pentanet, and Kazakhs, because I was going to mention, hasn't got much done in this game, was behind EXP, was behind items, was starting to lose out on tempo quite bad, but, you know, he's managed to pick up the assist, pick up the dragon, and still has that kind of one-shot threat, one-shot potential, but he is down a full level on this Nidalee.
That he is, and you'd say, as a result, where does he go to continue to find success? Yes, you've got yourself a dragon to play for, a soul point to make sure that if this game does go late, well, hey, you've got that insurance policy to bank your bets on.
The Kazakhs is going to start Herald here most likely. They've got the flip. They flipped at 8 minutes, if you notice, from the Pentanet bot lane. And
yep,
Eden and Russell are still just in bot lane. So it looks like they're going to start up this Rift Herald, or at least they should. Red buff is on the Xayah as well, so you definitely want to be fighting around too.
Tigers will know this though, because that entire topside river is lit up with blue wards, so they'll have
the decision making, or do we go for this or not?
I mean, Shaw's also walked up to the plate. Probably a bit of an over-rotate. You know, they saw the lane of Senna and Shen not too long ago. So they should know that they weren't able to make that Rift Herald play. So the fact that Maokai's walked the whole way and is going to lose a wave in bot lane is just unnecessary. But hey, maybe it's their mindset is better safe than sorry. So Rift Herald's been secured, can't complain. But look at this. This is a pretty nice counter game coming out of the side.
Certainly is.
Yeah.
Out goes the charm. Here comes the Dawning Shadow. Damage and mitigation. It won't be enough. Oh, the Stormbringer just a little bit too late there. Gives him a bunch of extra HP, but not when you buffer it just a little bit too late there. It does prevent Seb connecting with more damage on those plates and summoning that Herald.
So you could understand the idea, right? Coming out of a QUT there, probably execution just a little bit off, and you know, really well executed from Pentanet. You know, able to dive the volley bear, dive the person who's meant to be the strong point of the team, and you have to say that's a huge play from Pentanet because Maokai's just able to eat farm in the bot lane uninterrupted, uncontested, and you know, this is a matchup that they were picking to abuse this Maokai, not to go even.
It's interesting timing because when Maokai actually pathed all the way up to protect the Heralds, Russell went for a reset, but Eden continued to push.
Yeah.
And now you can see that the saplings continue to be chucked out to prevent that reset, to make his timing even worse. He wants to shop. I'm sure he's sitting on a ton of gold right now.
He actually might be opting in for, yeah, lethality. Okay. So it's going grasp and lethality, but
it's interesting. Might be rushing an Umbral Glaive and then veering into your traditional grasp build. We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, Volibear's gone back to the top side of the map, and with Dragon spawning in 1 minute 30, that is the correct play, as we see both top laners flip to the top side of the map, and we're actually seeing the duo of Pentanet go mid, Victor into the side lane. So generally speaking, control mages like Victor don't hit side lanes this early because it is a longer lane and it is far easier for them to be caught and killed. And so, you know, this is a conscious decision that Pentanet have made. And whilst it's only a Shen and a Senna, and they probably in reality don't actually have enough damage to kill this Victor, it is something to keep an eye on.
Definitely something to keep an eye on, as you know, Seb is getting closer and closer to having to use that Herald. He's been hovering the map for a fair bit of time right now, trying to find not only a camp to clear, a lane to gank, but an area to take that turret down. You can see that he's falling further and further behind by about 25 CS now is Hingubi. Everything essentially on this map just belongs to him.
Yeah,
enough is enough.
Mid.
Two-man mids. Mid is where we need to go.
Have to go on that turret. The resistances when it gets so low though, so tanky. They might lose Dragon for this now. They have taken a little bit of damage and they actually kept that mid turret up, which is really big because, you know, although it's really low, it still hits minions, right? You know, it doesn't matter how low a turret gets, it still does damage. Still helps them in terms of pushing priority, and they got the TP out of Luch as well, so you have to say, it's a good Herald from Pentanet, but the fact that that turret didn't drop is really good news for QUT.
Certainly is. No doubt they would have been a little bit concerned if that had fallen down.
TP into the mid lane for Maokai, so it's definitely going to be a 5v5 contest. Nightfall has come down as well. You'd have to say at this point, wouldn't you say, you know, Pentanet are looking pretty in this 5v5, and might be another scenario where they go for the steal as opposed to the fight, and they're just giving it away.
I don't really mind that because it feels to me, so if you're running a double support comp, you need to ensure that, you know, your strength of who you're looking to empower needs to be at that point in the game right now, and I don't think they are as it stands. You need a few more minutes to gather XP, gather items, gather strength, and showcase, okay, now we've got 1 to 2 items online, we know what we can do. We feel that this is a fight we want to take as opposed to being forced to consider.
Well, as a composition, QUT need to be at the neutral objective first. And so what happened there was that Pentanet just had tempo and they cheated tempo with their teleports. And that means that QUT weren't able to contest or face check because, you know, you're face checking into a Zyra Khan, into a Maokai, into a Kha'Zix, you're going to get one tap. But if they're in there first, you have to look at the Pentanet roster. They're the ones that are face checking Karma Qs, Nidalee Qs, Senna Sleeps. I call them Sleeps. You know, Shen taunts. So it really is a game of tempo and who gets there first. And both times, Pentanet have just been there first, starting the neutral objective.
And no doubt, I start to see similarities with the game plan of Pentanet from game 1, where they had this idea that if you walk into us when we're set up first, we will just destroy you. You know, you think of a Cassiopeia and Asher Leona, they stand on that point,
and they turned things around. And, you know, obviously the game didn't go their way with Hingubi getting so far ahead. And that's not to say he's not far ahead here. He's definitely been power farming with the clear.
I mean, he's up 2 levels, but, you know, 2-level jungle lead isn't as significant as like a mid lane 2-level lead, you know? It's still Nidalee, it still has like a really high skill cap to play, and it's still quite squishy. So the thing about Nidalee's kit, right, is like, yeah, it does a bunch of damage, but you have to be in melee range to do it, unless you're landing just max range spears, and hold that thought, Nightfall is being chased down.
Nightfall is in trouble, and he's already used that ultimate, and it's not going to be enough. Back-to-back 3-man ganks top sides, and whilst they don't get mid turret, they will get the top turret.
This is the difference between a Volibear and a Maokai and the damage coming out of the Victor. Maokai is able to lift this, whereas the Volibear isn't. And as I jinx him, he's probably going to die, but you get my point. Maokai's a far better weak side champion than a Volibear is.
He's running as fast as he can right now, but the pounce, the damage stands united, and the insurance that there is nowhere for you to go.
But they've had to burn so many cooldowns for that, right? They've had to burn the Shen ultimate, you know, Nidalee's time. I guess they only burn the Shen ultimate, right? But still.
They get a second turret topside, Jeeves.
Yeah, and you would have to say, right, you'd prefer a Maokai that's behind than a Volibear. They do not serve the same purpose. Especially when the Volibear is going Trinity for its first item. You need to be, you know, ahead or somewhere in the game where your damage is, or your presence is a little bit scary. But, you know, the bear's not a bear at the moment. The bear's just a, what are they called, cubs?
A cub, yeah.
Yeah.
He's looking to be nurtured. He's definitely not that grizzly phase just yet. As Pensnet had some really good timing. Not only in their ability to pressure mid, turn it into a dragon, but to then pressure top and turn that into a herald. And a team that tend to fall behind, especially like against the likes of Tigers, who are very much objective orientated, have done a fantastic job of ensuring that, yeah, Hingubi, you can get as much farm as you like. But how are we going to utilize that? Because right now, we're not giving you that window to showcase what you can do with it. And both teams come into this one about a 50% average on being the first team to get 3 turrets, and that's what we're seeing here. Pensnap just had far better fortune in finding the moments and capitalizing.
He might just get ran down again. That's just so much. That was one laser that did that much damage. It wasn't even the second part of the laser, it was the first part. This game's getting really scary, and we talk about Victor being a scaling champion, but you know, when Luch plays it, it just gets killed somehow, and it's no longer scaling. It's here to stay. It's here. It's here. It's not scaling. It's here.
The scales have been broken.
Yep.
Well, 16 minutes in, you feel very happy if your Victor's in this position as a Pensnet fan.
Yep. I mean, even the Zyra Khan's in a very good position, right? 1-0 and 1. Essence River picked up. Has the crit sitting there as well, so... Duskblade is the... not Duskblade. Umbral Glaive is the first item 2 out of Eden.
Yep.
Yeah, level
it seemed like the go-to, very, very strong, obviously, in its vision denial, especially if you're playing a double support like this. He's actually gone for the zombie ward as well, so let's see if the QT Tigers can actually set themselves up in this river. They can actually control this vision and look to contest the third spawn dragon.
Yeah, and you got to feel that maybe you do have to contest this dragon, because again, ultimates on the side of Pentanet GG really do kind of synergize well with this Cloud Soul, and it's not something that they want to be giving away, QUT, that is, to Pentanet if they can avoid it. So maybe they'll feel like they can fight it. They've got a lethality item now coming on through. Karma's got the item as well. Nidalee's picked up the roller. Trinity Force complete. Maybe this is now or never for them.
Certainly could be, as there goes Luch, and out goes the laser. Hingubi going to utilise that heal to keep himself topped up, as Seb's in a bit of a situation of saying, well, I want to go for the dragon.
Oh, Rakan's in.
But I can't find it. That is crazy, making a huge play right there. Flashes forward, hits a 3-man charm. Nobody falls on down, however. Nightfaller jumps into the backline, but as squishy as the cub is, definitely still not a bear. Will fall on down. That's the pick they were looking for. Instantly, just like that, Pensnet are in a 4v5.
Yeah, that's a 3-man Rakan ultimate into a Victor combo, so yeah, you're probably not going to win that one, and they just seem so comfortable.
So much mobility, yeah. They feel at home. There's no doubt about it. They said, look, we don't care about the Caitlyn Jubes. We don't want it. This is our go-to, and for good reason, showcasing why Eden and Russell have adapted into going a fasting center.
Yeah, they feel much better when Crazy's on this Rakan. For some reason, you know, he's able to find these windows of opportunity far easier than he was when he was on the owner, and you know, he's really just playmaking and turning this game into the state that it's currently in. And you'd have to say that the the state now for QUT is quite dangerous in terms of bringing this game back. Senna's really not a champion that functions very well from behind, and neither are most of the champions on their team, right? They picked snowball champions, and we said that they needed to get the ball rolling early, and this has rolled in the other direction. If anything, it's knocked them down the hill.
Yeah, it's definitely knocked them down the hill. They got a bit of concussion right now. They're not feeling too good about things because look at these gold differences. They're pretty disastrous. You're looking at 3K between both carries.
And so I just want to see Crazy just go in again. I don't like them having this mid lane prio, you know? I just want to see Pentanet play for this mid lane prio and try and make something of it. You know, QT still doing their best to get some vision control back, but we're one dragon away really from the game turning into, you know, a really hard climb back for QUT.
Certainly will be. 23 minutes on the clock. The OCS buff of just giving us Cloud Souls Juves. It's here again.
Yeah, it's actually so annoying.
It's kind of annoying. We see it all the time. Another team comp that function exceptionally when they have a soul, and that time the man doesn't miss. He hits the spear, he gets himself back in this game, but not without some form of retribution. Luch punishes. Now makes himself 4-0-2.
But it just feels like wherever Luch is, it's a minimum 1-for-1 trade, right? Like that was pretty, you know, questionable coming out of Seb there, and a really good punish for QUT, and they still weren't able to take that kill cleanly. You know, they had to trade their support for it, and if you think Luch is scary, look at this Xayah now. Xayah's picked up the Infinity Edge, the Essence Reaver, and it's just the elegant composition coming out of QUT. Maybe the ship has sailed for it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, if there was ever a time to try and sort of see the light, then no doubt it would be now, because Tekka has hit that second item. He's got the Ardent Sensor, couple that with the Athenes. This is what the mid-support Karma is meant to do. Hit these two items, group with the team, and then say, all right, this is gold that not only benefits me, but it benefits you now as well. Will that be enough to try and combat this very, very accelerated double attack that Penta are having right now? Because they can force fights with or without Luch.
The TP got burnt though. Luch is very low, so you'd have to wonder what happened on the backside there to get him that low, you know? There was no real cooldowns burnt. Flash was burnt from Gooby, so potentially a max range spear into a combo, but wasn't enough to take Luch down. If Luch goes down there, it's probably a different ball game. You know, the good thing here is though that the TP was burnt from Shaw, if you're a QET fan, that is. So now Luch has to go answer the side lane, and potentially they can set up a pick, maybe get him, you know, in that long lane, especially because Volibear can deny turret.
Yep, that's where he is right now. So Luch has responded to it. Both will have that teleport, so they can assist. It's going to patch the weakness of Shaw. That is going to need to stick around this top side of the map with Baron a potential, because a minute until we got ourselves a soul point. Pentanet would love to achieve that one, because these engagements that they found so far, I mean, it just gets worse from here on.
It definitely does, and the thing is that QT actually don't have a means of engage. It is just a straight Volibear jump into the backline, and you know, when you can't start a fight and you're behind, you're really just praying that the enemy team whips their engage and you're able to disengage. You know, and yes, QUT's composition is relatively good when you think about the way that they disengage, but it is just going to be a hard front to back fight for a Dragon, that's for sure.
Well, Lethality coming out here for Eden. He definitely isn't conventional in this grasp build. Will he have enough damage, however, to assist them in this fight? Russell down to half already as that Dragon is up in 10 seconds. Out goes the Nature's Grasp. As they look to lock down that key target. And, well, that key target apparently is Eden, who burns both Flash and Heal. And still will fall on down QT for the next Dragon fight. Much like the last, we'll enter this one 4v5.
Yeah, so now this one has to be a steal coming on through, right? You know, we said you either go for the fight or the steal. With their ADC being down and out, maybe he just goes for the steal, but maybe any other Dragon, he opts in for the steal. Cloud probably happy to give away, and they need to do something with Cloud Dragon. They need to make it a Dragon where people are scared to give it away, right? Surely.
It feels like a Dragon that's only really scary if it's for Soul. Outside of that, you can kind of shrug it off. Question is now though, Jubes, when will the Tigers be able to actually force a full 5v5? Because these last few moments of the game where you'd expect the 5v5 to happen, they've always entered a man down.
Yeah, they definitely do, but that's just what their composition is, right? You know, once you start to fall behind early, you don't really have any agency in the game or contesting neutral objectives. What they need to be doing is attacking side lanes with this Nidalee and this Volibear, but the fact that Nightfall has been put so far behind and been killed multiple times that he's been in the side just kind of leaves QUT guessing and wondering what they do in this game. And another catch here.
Certainly is. This time Russell, Stoneplate and Sunfire, they pop them all. And a shield and a heal will ensure that he can walk away. A little bit scratch, but keeps his life intact. And that might be all the invitation that Pentanet need to say, well, we'll just set up another objective.
Yeah, and so Lucci is just playing the game with no care in the world. Just perma-pushing side lane, and just feels like QUT don't have an answer at the moment. And it's like Pentanet are just looking for a fight when their most fed member is in the bot lane.
Look how fast the Rakan is when he jumps in there with the ultimate online. Out goes the Dawning Shadow. Nightfall jumps on in and goes, hang on a minute, this is not where I want to be. Instantly prowls away and runs for the hills. But the laser beam, the death and destruction that this Victor presents, you can't match it. Level 15. He's hit that point of the game well beyond the clock. 10 CS per minute, it's there. You expect it from this man. And he has found it, and he is definitely, with the rest of this team's support, saying we want to go to a game number 3.
That was very close to the most literal sense of a one-shot. Literally, one ability, two abilities dead, and the one hope you have here is that the 2-level lead gets you that smite steal, but Shaw's just going to flash out a pit, deny the smite. They're getting quite low.
Yeah,
maybe we'll see a re-engage here.
Hingubi was looking for the steal, but they take their attention away from it. The buff, the Baron has been reset, back to full HP.
Oh!
Hingubi going to go for a cheeky little 1v1 pounce, but now it's going to be collapsed upon. There goes the Featherstorm, and there goes the recall. Brings them all together and takes down the Wildcat.
Yeah, Wildcat's gone down, but again, I don't think they can get anything off it, right? It's just going to be a neutral state. It is only 26 minutes into the game, so doing a Baron this early, you still do take damage, but you know, we talk about it only being 26 minutes into the game, and we see the Victor's items, and we start to think, maybe this game is not winnable.
Certainly don't. You compare what the AP and AD carries have from right to left, and you go, okay, bit of a difference is here. 5k up on the scoreboards, but you can feel where it is, and you can see what it is actually able to do.
Just going to see Pentanet now just secure the Baron vision, deny any point of entry from QUT, and you know, at a certain point, they're able just to start this one up, take no damage and do it. You know, they will probably need their Maokai there. They don't actually have the tank stats on the rest of the members. And again, what you're hoping for is that a Miracle Spear lands inside of QUT and maybe just a steal from Gooby. But keep in mind too, 2 minutes left rather, until the Elder Drake spawns. And again, if that one goes away or if that one just has a little bit of a misplay, then potentially it's game on again. So going to have to see a very solid setup coming out of Pentanet.
You feel the pressure here for the Tigers. They are struggling to engage. They're struggling to survive. It feels very much like they are all in on this ability to say, yes, Pentanet, go for these buffs first. We're banking all our hopes and dreams on Hingubi to steal, and potentially that turn things around, because without that, Jubes, it feels very much like, you know, focus your attention towards the next game.
Watch how fast this Victor is when he drops off. Shaw might be caught here. He's tanky, but not that tanky.
Yep, he's been caught on mid-wave.
Yeah!
Okay. The first time the Tigers have been able to find a fight that favours them. They will go into this Baron contest 5v4 of all things. Massive shield empowerment there onto the Volibear. Out goes the Dawning Shadow, does not connect, but Victor takes that shed. There's the Stormbringer, and there he is, the shutdown. The cub has evolved into a bear. And much like Pokemon, he is doing damage. He finds it. He does it. And he finds a little bit of a reason to smile in this game number 2.
Yeah, okay, so that's what their composition does, right? The Karma buffing the Volibear, and they just run down the helpless ADC. So Shaw here was looking for the flank. You can kind of see what he was trying to do, right? He was trying to cut off the QUT roster and kind of funnel them into the Pentanet lineup, right? The 4-man. You know, unfortunately, that doesn't go well for him, and Russell, being the team player that he is, just channels the ultimate in the middle of the fight. Gets one shot, and we're just seeing a battle on two fronts. So Luch is just absolutely tearing house and tearing through this roster. Look how much damage he's doing, but you know, on the same side of that coin, Nightfaller is doing the exact same, but this is what QUT's roster wants. They want to break the game up into multiple little skirmishes where they can't really front to back Pentanet, and you know, they're not going to get a better fight than that QUT. Shaw was down very early on, and you know, all of a sudden we have a game on our hands. Maybe we have a, you know, the flip for the Elder Drake.
Potential flip, but I am absolutely terrified of that Victor. The man just ran them all down, 1v3 without a care in the world. He's going for the perfect game here, 8-0-4. The only member in this game that has not fallen on down yet.
A summoner check is really important here, Skimmy, so Nightfaller has no flash. I'm gonna hold that thought because I'm actually too nervous to say it.
Too nervous to say it. What will happen? Nightfaller gets jumped upon. You can be a bear once, but you can't be it twice. He's gonna die to the Chaos Storm. The shutdown, even when Victor's not there staring you in your face. He takes him down from a mile away. He's picked up a double. He wants to run down for a triple. Forget about the Elder. My team doesn't need me. What they need me to do is ped my KDA just a little bit more.
This could be actually a disaster. They might lose Elder Drake. They've committed multiple members to this Baron. Karma is still there. Uh-oh.
Does the Mad Lad do it again? On repeat, 1v... Okay, there's one.
Wait, this could be a disaster, though.
Let's play bingo.
Can he live? Oh, did they get... No, they didn't get Elder. Okay. It's not a disaster. It's not a disaster, but it was very close to being a disaster. If any of the members from QUT were alive and they secured that Elder Drake, then we're talking a different ball game. But, you know, Luch does the right thing, walks over to the Elder Drake, picks up the 2 kills that he needed to, and
that's just 13-0, Jubes. What do you do?
Can I just say something, just for a little bit of learning? Every single day of the week, do you take that Elder Drake before the Baron? Okay? There's just no reason to give the enemy team even a chance to getting the Elder Drake. It just doesn't make sense. You do the Elder Drake, you one-shot it, you go to Baron, you one-shot Baron, you base, you run down mid, and you literally just end the game. They can't deal with the super creeps. I don't know what Pentanet were thinking there, but nevertheless, they have the Baron buff.
It almost felt like they propped Luch up as some sort of mafia boss and said, look, you do everything on your own. You show us how it's done. He ran them down. The Pentanet tried to get a little bit too much there. Now the members that did survive and did actually get a chance to use that Elder, can they try and stall things off here?
No one got Elder.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Yeah, no one got Elder.
So it's a useless buff. I was literally, as I was saying it, I'm looking, I'm going, I'm not seeing that buff.
No, it's just a deny. Yeah, it was just a denial. You know, Goopy got one shot as he secured that. So it's more a denial and just a skill shot contest versus Baron buff minions now. But I'll hold that thought.
Here we go. Yep. Do or die. Nightfaller jumps in, and die seems to be the key phrase here, because as he jumped in, there was no follow-up. There was no chance to try and find a key target. No flash, no chance. Gone, sweet dreams. Double kill there, found for a very, very fed Xayah as well. And as Russell will try and buy a little bit more time to track our reserves. So he looked to now go for the end. And in 32 minutes, it wasn't 45, but it didn't seem to matter. Pentanet had their eyes on the prize. Game 1 did not phase them. Game 2 is where it's at. And Game 3 is where we're going.
Yeah, that game really just felt like a Luch Cup game, right? I mean, you know, 14-0-6. Can you really question the fact that he didn't carry that game? You know, he managed to get priority in that lane, managed to influence a side lane on the Victor, picked up the first blood, was really clinical, picked up the first blood, ate all the side waves, ate all the farm, and, you know, when the gold was put on him, he didn't give away a shutdown, didn't give away a bounty, and ended up carrying his team to victory.
Well, doesn't this make for an interesting end to our first night here in the OCS playoffs for the quarterfinals? One final game to determine which team will be advancing through to the semi-finals to take on the Dire Cubs. We'll find out after the break.
And welcome back for the final time tonight as we get ourselves ready for the final game in this quarterfinal. It's a best of 3 dupes. It's the first time we've had them this year. And this is going to be one that goes down to the wire. We saw that QUT had a very clear game plan in game number 1. They showcased what they could do. Pensnet had a very clear understanding of what they wanted to change in that draft, not only in what they banned away, but in how they wanted to approach game 2. And you'd have to say it was pretty convincing wins by both teams in the matches they were able to take.
Yeah, I agree. It was probably convincing wins and also varying drafts, right? You know, we're not used to seeing Gooby on the Karthus and the Hecarim in the top lane for QUT, and they managed to, you know, make that one a successful one and a very quick one, if I might add. And then on the other side of the coin, you know, we see them go back, Pentanet that is, go back to the Zyra Khan, go back to the you know, that jungler that Seb likes, the Kha'Zix, and Luch onto that control mage. And, you know, for some reason, when he plays the control mage, that's a late game one. He gets the late game pretty quickly, doesn't he? He hits those 2 items, 3 items at 26 minutes. So, yeah, it was two different kinds of play styles, 2 different types of compositions. I think QUT, the amendment that they will make to their draft is they pick a bit of a easier to execute composition, one with a little more kind of leeway if they make a mistake, because the one that they drafted last game was that if they did make a mistake, if they did kind of, you know, fall behind just a little bit, then the game became, you know, next to impossible. And I'm sure that's something that they would make amends for.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there were so many checkboxes for them to cross off and say, okay, we've hit this point in the game, we've hit this point in the game, now we can do X, Y, and Z. And, you know, by the end of that game, that stat sheet or whatever you want to call it became so scuffed that they were like, let's just hope for anything to go our way, right?
And it nearly went their way, though. Oh.
Yeah, it nearly did. You know, there was a moment in that game where Volibear was like, look, guys, put the camera on me. Then off screen, we just see, Victor run down their entire team. So looking to try and prevent him reaching a point like that. Once again, respect has been shown, and that is the adaptation. The Tigers going to invest all their 3 initial bans on to Luch.
Yeah, I wonder what the ban was before that. Were they banning the Orianna, the Karma away from him?
They were
can't
banning
remember.
Poppy. Game 1 and 2, okay. Banning away Poppy from Shore.
So the Volibear picked up here is going to be, I'm assuming it's going to be picked up and put into the jungle. I mean, I think Volibear is actually a far better jungler than he is a laner at this point on patch 10.15 anyway. I mean, the last game we saw Volibear in a lane into a Maokai, it didn't actually fare too well. So why not just flip this one, flip the script, put it in the jungle, and we might just see a... Surely we don't see a Zyra Khan answer.
This will be interesting.
I mean, we do. Yeah, we do. Okay. I mean, maybe they just had enough. They played against the Zyra Khan and they said, you know what, we'll play it instead. And
yep.
Don't necessarily think Zyra Khan is S tier at the moment. Caitlyn has always been a good pick into the Zyra Khan. So if they can, and I'm just going to stop talking there because it looks like we're going to see 3 games of Senna.
Interesting how this works.
Yeah.
Zyra Khan gets busted out by Pensnet. The following week, QUT are like, that looked really strong. We're going to do it. Now we come to the playoffs. The final game. 1 team will advance through to the semi-finals. And it's again a case of, forget Caitlyn. You can ban her away, but it's a blanket ban. It actually means nothing because we're not even keen to take it. We're just going to trade off on red side going for the Zyra Khan rush.
What with Kate, like Kate Morgana, like anything Caitlyn is good into Zyra Khan because once Rakan goes in early lane, you just... okay, all that. Okay, I'm going to say what I was going to say. Caitlyn puts the trap down, Rakan just gets perma-stuck, or Xayah, whoever you've gone on, and then like they pretty much just get one shot. And if you pair that with a Morgana, the Black Shield can't knock up your ADC, so she can just walk out, doesn't get the feathers put behind her, and the damage is really just not there for the Zyra Khan pair. Leona is pretty much the same in the sense that if Rakan goes in, she just presses the Q, stops the Rakan in the spot, Kate puts a trap down, and like it's just really hard lane. And you know, they probably got opted in for a similar thought process. Leona is good into the Zyra Khan, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play this one out.
Certainly is, B. I'm kind of curious now if the Tigers will even entertain the thought of maybe running a Morgana in the mid lane. We've seen it sparingly in the OPL.
I don't think it's a Morgana mid's the pick because when you play into Lucia's champion pool, you don't want to give him a free lane, right? You don't actually offer anything in terms of the Morgana, and I think Morgana is purely into specific bot lane matchups.
Whether or not they
Cassio, Poppy
decide
ban.
to do it. Yep, no, so the Poppy will still be banned away. Not in the first rotation, but definitely in the second. Now 4 bans targeted towards Luch. It feels like a day of respect being shown to a lot of these players. It started with Maximize on his champion pool. It now goes to Luch here with his. Pensnet still definitely keen to deny a lot of the picks that worked for the Tigers in game number 1. What is the final ban going to be? They went for the Kindred last time. Gonna go for the
Karma
Karma
this
here,
time.
obviously because Graves has been locked in.
Yep. And Karma being banned away on the side of QUT is rather on the side of Pentanet. It's probably a good ban. I mean, it kind of just negates a lot of lanes, doesn't let Luch kind of flare his prowess, if you will, in the 1v1. So TF might be picked. Oh, TF from Tekka. That's a big statement.
It is a big statement. He's only played it once. He played it with a Graves before as well. So no doubt looking to try and utilize the fact that Graves is going to want the lane states to be good for him. He's always going to want information as to where these members are, so he can look to try and counter jungle, look to try and get himself ahead. Going to look to function in a similar way to a degree like he did with that Nidalee. Twisted Fate, no doubt, going to look to try and turn things around in this bottom lane where we see something that's looking quite scary with a Leona and a Senna. And Luch says you can ban everything. I've still got more picks, and what a way to close out a quarterfinal than in style with a Cassidy.
I actually really like Pentanet's draft if they do lock in this Shen. They have a good 1-3-1. They definitely have a decent enough team fight composition. Obviously, Cassidon's going to need to get to a certain point where he can, where she can, or is Cassidon a guy or a girl?
I want to say a guy.
It is a guy. Okay, I actually didn't know. You know how because you know how Rek'Sai is a girl, but a lot of people call Rek'Sai a guy. I just thought it'd be like one of those scenarios.
You had me there for a second. I was like, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I didn't want to get it wrong. I also didn't want to get it wrong. And if it's a girl, I don't want to be calling, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, we got that sorted out. Luch is just going to have a fun time in this side lane, and it's definitely a ticking time bomb. And if there's one thing that we said about Luch, it's that he finds the late game a lot earlier than most mid laners. And so, this Cassidy may not find level 16 much earlier, but the itemization will be there. And that's one thing we can almost guarantee when it comes down to Luch. And surprised he didn't opt in for the Orianna. Orianna is definitely a very good matchup into the TF because a lot of what you do outranges Twisted Fate. And, Luch just decided, put this one on me, boys. Give me the Cassidy and I'll reward you later on. So it's going to be kind of a Pentanet just playing the game out slowly, trying to just, minimize losses or win lanes in the side, because Shen is definitely a champ who can win a lane, as well as the Leona and the Senna. And QT really just want to be playing the map and pushing the pace.
It's interesting because every pick that Luch has played this season, bar the Syndra, was either picked or banned away. So he's going to debut the Keston here. A flex pick, a pick that we say really caters to the Pentanet brand of playing to the late game. If we hit that point where the enemy hasn't really achieved too much, we're okay. We're chilling. We're living life. We're not Sion, but we're chilling. Pentanet as a whole, I mean, you look at what they have. Volibear, there was never a world in which you'd see Shaw play at top lane. Seb has been very keen to play in the jungle department. And that final pick there with the Mordekaiser, whether or not that is going to be the tech pick, I call it, that final pick to try and deny a lot of the strength with that death throne, whether or not that's going to be enough to make it a situation where the Tigers can try and eke out an advantage. Because from what we've seen so far in this series, Droops, it's been very much a case of find a pick, make it a 4v5, you just win based off that alone.
Well, the thing about Mordekaiser and why it kind of phased out of the meta a little bit is because there was a lot of mobility, and Mordekaiser doesn't necessarily like mobility in the sense that Ezreal was the AD, Caitlyn was the AD, Ashe is the AD. It's just so hard for Mordekaiser to find any window of opportunity to get onto a backline. And much of the same with Senna, right? You can't just flash ulti a Senna that puts the mist down. The actual ultimate gets cancelled. So there's that buffer duration in which Mordekaiser takes you into the realm, and you can actually buffer that with the mist, walk away, and then you don't get taken away. So Mordekaiser's going to have to, for me, win this lane to be more relevant than this Shen, because otherwise, Shen, again, we talk about the Shen buffs on 10-15. Ross has been picking it all day in the support position, but I think it has a very fine lane in the top lane and is definitely a very strong pick. And, Pentanet, for me, have onus in terms of influencing lanes with this jungle pick. But the thing that they need to be careful of is that Gooby on the Graves and Twisted Fate into the Cassidy are going to have a little bit of a field day early on into the game, right? It's going to be just Graves looking for the Volibear, looking for the 1v1, looking for the isolation, so that TF can then follow whilst Cassidy is pre-6 and trying to farm those levels.
And you said it's going to be scary, and I'll add another little fun fact to that one there, Jubes, before we went into this lobby. I'm seeing Smite Ignite on Hingubi's Grave. Very much all in, wants to get that early lead, does not want to leave anything to chance, and I think one big adaptation you can already say is that the Tigers this time will have some form of initiation.
Yeah, and I mean, Tigers have drafted that for themselves, right? They have the Xayah, they have the Rakan, and, The engage tools on the Rakan needs no introduction, but also, hey, if you want to get the TF Azonias, and he can definitely port on in and lock the blue card salute, pop the Zonias and start a team fight too. But this game, for me, Pentanet are going to be looking to play more side lane than anything. Kassadin's just going to be able to try and tick those levels. Shen's going to ulti where he is needed, but there is no real reason for them to group and offer the 5v5 to QUT, right? And it's like QUT just want the 5v5. Graves TF. Yes, TF is known as a side laner, but TF doesn't also want to be caught in a side lane versus Kassadin, because if the lane is too long, then I'm sorry, but that TF is going to sleep.
Yep, the Rift walk on repeat, and he's gone. And I suppose the obvious question has to be, once level 6 comes online, we've got a ton of globals at our disposal. We've got a ton of, high impact ultimates. We always talk about it, Juves, but that first Twisted Fate ultimate, it has to find success.
Yeah, it actually does, because if your first ultimate doesn't find success and you're actually found just like lacking in that department, in the sense that you lose a wave, lose 2, then this Kassadin matchup becomes hard. And these scaling champions in games like this put you on pressure in the sense that you can't really make a mistake. If you make too many of them, then the game is over real quick. And the more mistakes you make, the more the finish line nears.
That it does, Juves. That it does. We're all tied up here in this second quarter final. 1 apiece. 10 weeks of competition. 10 long weeks of blood, sweat and tears to try and make it here, to progress on through and make yourself a name that could potentially go the distance. One final game. One chance to make it through to that semi-final to take on league leaders. A flawless Diacubs that finished the split 10-0. What draft do we prefer? What style do we prefer? Who has the mental edge? And who's got the ability to close out this night with a bang?
Cheeky little fan out from both teams here. Lethal Tempo for the Xayah, and Glacial opted in for the Senna, and Senna's opted in for the Cleanse too. So really putting a lot of respect on this TF gold card.
Definitely not keen on any level 1 fights that could get out of hand very early on. We've seen how much the Tigers love to flourish in those 3-minute fights where junglers get a little bit too keen to invade, and that's exactly what they're looking to try and prevent.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we don't see a late level 1 invade out of the side of, QUT, right? They have the Graves with the Ignite, they got Xayah Rakan, and they had the TF, so why didn't they just invade that red buff there, force Volibear away from his camps? Because Volibear's at his weakest when he's level 1, level 2. Can't really trade back. Opts in for the Q, opts in for the W, and doesn't really have much, and gets quite low clearing too. So, probably a little bit of an opportunity gone missing there.
How much would it really hurt if they were to go for the invade and not get anything as a result? Is that it? Like, is the game just doomed as a result, or is there still a chance for this Graves to bounce back?
I mean, the thing is that it's not that you wouldn't be getting anything, because if you're committing for that level 1, if you have the stronger level 1, then the enemy has to leave. The Senna and Leona have to leave, right? Leona's not a great level 1 champion. Volibear neither. So they have to leave. They can't just sit there and wait. If they sit there and wait, they're dying. And otherwise, Volibear has to walk to the other side of the map. So they just lose tempo. They lose their junglers like Leash. And they actually do lose a significant amount. And I don't think in any world is a Graves, Xayah Rakan losing level 1 to a Leona, Senna, Volibear.
Because I was thinking out loud as to, you look at what is at stake here, whether or not they're saying, look, let's just play it safe, let's play it standard. Yes, we might have a stronger level 1. We're not willing to take any chances here. And
I mean, in any situation, there's never 100% chance that it goes right. You know what I mean? Like, there's always something that could go wrong. But I mean, if you're at this level of play, you should be very confident that you're going to execute the level 1 correctly. And, that for me, that's my thought process anyway. That's something I'd be calling for.
Well, we'll get to see what they decide to do regardless, as they will get off to a flying start. Now, keep an eye on Hingooby. Will not spot him because it's been placed outside of that brush. Now, will they find the attention? Russell posturing. There's the knock up. There's the damage. There's the ignite. There's the damage. One more will do it. The potion and the heal will be just enough to ensure that Zenk does not fall on down. He burns both the flash and the cleanse to take off that ignite. Very lucky not to fall on down, but much like game number 2, a Senna without summoners is very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, and this is, it is Senna, so she's able to sustain back up and stay in lane, but it's definitely not a place you want to be as a Senna. one of the most vulnerable ADCs in the game, and definitely a champion that can be punished and will be punished, especially when it's paired with a Zyra Khan. And keep your eyes on Twisted Fate. As soon as he thinks 6, I'm pretty sure I know where he's going. And I like this, though. I like this a lot. This is the first
clean
blood.
right now.
Yeah.
Surely is crazy.
Oh no, Russell's missed it. Will they get punished? A two-man chain as a result comes on through. It doesn't change the outcome, however. They fall on down, but they might actually get a trade for it. Nope. He flashes to safety. Lucky to live there. Had to burn the heal as well. Would you say it was necessary? Well, it had to be given the circumstances. But regardless, the Tigers will get themselves first blood. Now, what can Seb do to even up that score sheet? He's coming topside. He's got a flash. He'll use it. The Nightfaller will look to bully them away. Out comes the passive. There goes the shield, waiting for Hingubi. There's the smoke screen. It's not enough.
They can turn on
It's
Grace
just
here,
not
maybe.
enough. But can Hingubi run them down? He doesn't have any ignites, but he's got the phase rush.
Luch is here.
Luch can actually rock up to the
Level
fight.
5.
Same with Tekka as well. You know what? These teams, before 5 minutes, fan out or not, they want to fight.
Yeah, and this is evident, right? Looks like both teams have warmed up to the game and there's no nerves in this equation anymore. So good gank from Seb coming out in the top side of the map. And, you know, bot lane, I actually didn't get to see, but judging by lane state and where the minion wave is, it looks like the wave's coming back to Zenk and Crazy. So even though Zenk died there, the fact that, you know, Russell and Eden kind of butchered that engage, if you will, their wave was not in a good spot, and bot lane state at the very least is very good for Pentanet, right? In terms of itemization, they're significantly behind. There's a Warhammer on the Zyre, and it's not a place you want to be in, but, you know, at least he's getting to eat a pretty sizable wave, and he's not down in CS.
To be very happy with that one, because now it means they not only have priority, but they can rotate to get themselves back in the driving seat when it comes to these objectives. Strong in game 1, very unable to do really anything in game 2. But they are back to their core beliefs and able to get the ball rolling by picking up an Infernal Drake.
Yep, it's a nice little Drake picked up, especially when you're strong side bot lane, right? They have the Zyra Khan. It's something that, you know, can be... Well, it's what you want to do. You want to be Drake stacking when you have the strong bot lane, when you have the priority, when there's no summoners on the center and they don't want to be fighting. So really good play there from Gooby. And seeing Gooby get a little EXP lead as well, and maybe he's going to try and contest this crab, but see what happens here.
Gold card, damage,
Oh.
Snake's got a 1 level lead.
Stand United!
Well, you can't do much about that one. Stand United actually got cancelled, bear in mind. Nightfaller was there. I believe he would have got the drag back to cancel it.
That is actually huge. So because Volibear as a champion, if it goes unpunished against matchups like Graves, you know, the onus is really on the Graves to get stuff done, right? Because if you're talking about a Volibear that has a Cinderhole, has Ninja Tabis or Merc Treads, whatever he opts in for, hold that thought, Leona goes in.
Certainly does. Leona looking very aggressive right there with the Zenith Blade, but the damage comes on through as a ton of Thivers get recalled back.
Yeah, and so what I was saying is that these jungle matchups, when you pick things like Nidalee, Graves, Kindred, is that you need to get work done. You can't be even / slightly behind and expect to have the same impact on a game that the Volibear will. And I say this all the time, but this Volibear is going to go to base, pick up a Cinderhole, probably pick up the components of a Mercury Treads and just be an absolute raid boss. Whereas this Graves, playing from behind, playing down on tempo, down on maybe EXP even, although he might snag this blue buff away, which is a really good heads-up play from Goofy, he spells a little bit of trouble for the side of QUT.
Definitely need to see QT, or Hingubi in particular, get himself back into the Swan. Yep, you fall on down, put that a blip on the radar, get yourself back into the mix of things. You know exactly what you've got, the Smite Ignite Phase Rush build here, that you want to be very, very aggressive. You want to be the one in the driving seat. You want to make sure that this Volibear does not find the levels of success that it has done in this series so far. And this is quite nice, not only to steal away the blue buff, but to hit 6 first. And to transition a first Dragon into a first Herald as well, to continue the pressure on the map and try to put daylight between these two gold economies.
Yeah, a little bit late on tempo from Seb. Coming out of base now, is he going to make this Rift or probably not? And really good from QUT. You know, even though they're kind of, you know, a little bit behind in this jungle matchup, they're still able to pick up these objectives, and definitely not something that Pentanet wanted to give away, because if you look at itemization, right, they're really not behind anywhere. TF's opted in for the Catalyst. You know, that's something that doesn't really offer stats in terms of the skirmish. Like Kassadin has the tier, but if you compare jungle itemization, then he's a full item ahead of on Graves, and the center's pickaxe as opposed to the Warhammer. There's really not that much advantage on the side of QUT in that Rift Herald skirmish. So opportunity goes missing there, if you ask me.
Certainly does, and we still yet to see the Destiny used by the Twisted Fate. When that moment will happen, that could be big right now. Will they look to try and link up with Hingubi? A trade actually went against him as Luch got a little bit aggressive, but both their HP bars will be held around the 3-quarter mark. Both junglers are hovering in the top side of this map, but we might just see a clean reset.
Clean reset and a flip back down to the bot lane because Dragon's spawning, so we won't see a Cloud Soul this game, Skimmy, which is fantastic because we've seen some good prioritization on Dragons from both teams, so it's about time they've got rewarded for that, and it's definitely not going to be a flip match. And again, we talk about tempo. It looks like QUT are going to have tempo for this Dragon as well, able to put down vision early, able to get control of bot lane, and it means a lot when, like we saw in previous games, when you want to contest.
Something will be. What question is though, what will we get? Will it be an Ocean Dragon or will it be a Mountain?
Yeah, looking for a dive, but that doesn't work.
Or sustain. Yep, they're definitely looking for it. Stormbringer is there if they wanted to stay with that turret. And they definitely have a ton of CC to combine with it, hence why Rakan has already rushed those Merc Treads to make sure he's not vulnerable in this quote-unquote counter matchup.
But you can't deny them Mordekaiser ult, so one of them are going into the realm with him, and they're probably not coming out because once that turret becomes active, they're going down.
Well, they've invested so much time in this top side here, Jubes, that they're going to lose all this tempo bot as a result. Yep, Tigers have pushed this turret into fantastic positioning. That means the headbutt will guarantee the turret falls on down.
Yep.
What can Seb get for his troubles? Well, backs away, we'll do a little bit of counter jungling, but there's not many camps to clear.
QUT have done a very good job in picking up gold around the map and moving their bot lane to where they need them the most, where they need the numbers advantage, and they're definitely being rewarded. Yeah, they're going to be 2 drags up. Potentially we see a Mountain Dragon or we see the Ocean Soul. If it's the Ocean Soul, you'll be laughing if you're QUT.
Ocean Soul.
Yep.
What's the dream?
Mm-hmm.
It had to come down to a final game to decide who would get the best buff in the game.
So now all of a sudden, right, the Kassadin composition is actually on a timer because, level 16 Kassadin's nice, but does it outweigh the Ocean Soul? Because you have the Zyra Rakan, you have a lot of CC. If Kassadin Rift walks in, you have tools to deal with the Rift Walk initially, and the Ocean Soul might prove a little bit too strong to deal with. So a lot of things to think about for both sides. Definitely don't want to be giving away the third one if it's something that you want to contest.
And it does start to, threaten the question as to who's going to go for that healing cut. Executioner is quite nice there in the center. Same could be said elsewhere.
Might be a catch here.
Oh no, and there's the Destiny. It's all coming together. Stand United. He actually ref walks into a stun. Now going to burn that flash. Collateral damage comes on out, and one final auto attack. As he shuffles through those cards, will take him on down. So a fantastic acquisition here from Tekka down in CS, but will get himself some gold and will take down the Kassadin.
Now what do they get for this though? Because that's a lot of resources burnt, right? They burnt the TF ult, Graves ult, Rakan ult. Shen's gone in.
Yep, Shen is looking for a cheeky 1v2 because he knows that Crazy's on the hunt right now. Thorning Shadow will be sidestepped. Seb looking for the stun target, gonna find it. Stopwatch is fantastic, prevents the all-in collapse, flashing away, survives, receives a flash to follow up, buys time for Hingubi, here he comes. Smoke screen goes down, but he doesn't have the collateral damage when he used that moment's pride, doesn't have an ignite because he burned that as well. But the Death Realm proves to be too damn strong. Nightfall takes him down. Locks him in place, the chains connect, the sustain is there as Zinc continues to blast from afar. Ooh, one final Q. It could have been enough. Russell with the shield. The mitigation, the heal. He lives. This is such a sloppy team fight, but Luke,
Shin's back.
He's had a chance to respawn and regroup with the boys on top lane. Forget about a mid ARAM. Top ARAM is where we're at.
I can't take stock check because the people have died, respawned, come back to the fight, but I'm fairly certain that was a favorable fight for the Pentanet roster. Any skirmish where your Kassadin picks up a kill and you don't get wiped, you have to say it's favorable for you. And Graves is 0-2-2 now. Volibear's 3-1. It's just too close to call at the moment. It's just cooldown, summoners, teleports, everything burnt everywhere, and there was really nothing to gain from it besides a few kills traded here and there, but you have to say if you're kill trading and you got the Kassadin, you've got to be a little happy with it.
Certainly do, because the fact is you were ahead of CS, you fell down in that situation, you burn that teleport to jump back into the fight, and you pick up a nice little kill, and that helps. Maybe looking for a little bit more, as he is very close to that level 11 mark, the first big check mark after level 6, no doubt.
I legitimately thought Shen was inting there. I was like, wait, why is he going into me? Why is he still walking
saw him
forward?
dash in 1v2
Yeah.
and thinking, what on earth is this play?
Yeah.
But the shot call was decisive. They had the numbers. They turned it around quite nicely. And forget the rest of that map. Catching waves is a distant afterthought at the stage. And I don't actually really mind it. It really disrupts the QT's tempo there, having not only gone for every single objective on this map.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they can prevent the second Herald as well.
This Volibear's a big boy,
He is indeed.
but not that big.
Not that big when he gets double stunned like that. There goes Luch. No flash and no rift wall because he has locked in CC. The collateral damage. Hey, cool guys, let's look at explosions as Seb just runs away from that one and says, I'm not healthy enough. Zenk cannot provide me enough heals. Gonna have to sacrifice another neutral.
Yeah, there's just no respect for the Twisted Fate ultimate there, right? I think that's something that they didn't take stock of. They probably forgot. They probably thought it was on cooldown from the top lane skirmish, because if TF doesn't have ult there, potentially that's a good play coming out of Pentanet. But, Tekka, although down, a significant amount of CS, he's just playing the map extremely well and finding those windows where he can, lose a little bit of CS, but as long as he picks up kills and assists, he's still probably even in gold, because you've got to think about Twisted Fate's passive as well to top that off. So I'm sure he's happy with the way the game's playing out so far. 30 CS down, but some kill participation to his name as well as the passive.
I think last time we saw he was very, very close, if not just a little bit ahead.
Yep.
Going to continue to cycle through those summoners as he's got the unsealed spell book, so there's going to be the ghost to make sure he can look to run down somebody when the ultimate next comes online.
Yeah, someone just reminded me on chat. Can I say, I find it so funny when Kassadin's in a game and Twitch chat just starts going like 10 out of 16, 11 out of 16, 4, and then it's like started going Monka. When it's 15 out of 16, everyone's like Monka S, Monka. Oh, the pick on Twisted Fate.
Maybe Monka S at level 11 as well, because he looks to find that target and says, okay, Ocean Soul, we can test these.
Yeah, that's the pick that they needed. If they get this, then they have a real big safety net, right? They have another 5 minutes. So, but it might be a 4v5. They might try and fight this 4v5.
Root does not connect. When Tekka respawns, he won't have a teleport, he won't have an ultimate. The Dragon has continued to be leashed. Stormbringer jumps on in, they find that key target. Nightfall is locked in place. Shield, Russell dashing in once, dashing in twice. Takes down Zenk, he falls on down.
Oh, Kassadin.
It's a 1-for-1. How does the man continue to find kills that just do not exist? He's level 11, he gets himself a double kill. He's doing a fantastic job of bridging the gap at levels, at 17 minutes into this game to find that much success. It's looking good. It won't change the overall outcome, however. Hingubi survives. He will be able to put themselves on soul points.
Wait, that's a 4v5, by the way. They won that 4v5. I thought that was doomed. I saw Kassadin on the flank there, managing to find the back line, and it looked like it was just going to be an actual rinse for the side of Pentanet, and they just really managed to mechanics max, if that's a term I can use. QT just mechanics max that team fight. Eden and Gooby, Nightfall being the raid boss in the front line. Eden and Gooby just kiting that one out, kiting back, and Tekka's just cheering his team on as he's walking out from base.
The CC train, you can understand why both these teams have such a high priority now on the Zaire Khan. I saw Russell darting all over the show, locking members in place, and that was the catalyst that took Zenk down first of all. He had to burn both summoners, but it wasn't enough. I'm not sure actually if Nightfaller's Death Realm was even available at that time, but that wasn't used. So a 4v5, bit of a worrying sign if you can win that convincingly.
Sinnoh feels like a little bit of a bait pick tonight. Yes, it did win one game, but it's having a bit of a rough time in both games that we saw after that one.
The center pick.
Yeah, the center. Just feels a little bit, low impact, if you will.
Feels odd that it's being used here, especially when Caitlyn is available. I'm still a bit unsure about that one, but Destiny's going to do a fantastic job there to allow Hingubi to continue to have enough time to chase that target down. He will. He'll lock them in place. That goes to Charm. Luch's health bar destroyed. He might just manage to flash away to safety, but Tekka wants him, flashes forward, hits him with the cards,
There's nothing
and
more
gets another
Chad.
double kill.
There's nothing more Chad than flashing forward with a stacked deck to just, send the enemy to the graveyard. So Tekka just really chatting out on the Twisted Fate, keeping in deep to the back line where the turrets are still up and picking up the stack deck auto attack kill onto the Kassadin. And yes, Kassadin 4-4, but seems, level 16 is really far away when Ocean Soul's spawning in 3 minutes.
Ocean Soul in 3 minutes, QT 4 turrets to 0. Both times these teams have been the first to hit those 3 turrets, they have been the team to win. If that is not to jinx this series, then I do not know what is. Because at 19 minutes, fast approaching 20, the Tigers find themselves in a fantastic situation, up by nearly 5k gold. They've definitely put the tempo on their opponents. They're definitely saying, yes, whilst Luch can get kills, we're going to take him down in the process. Still needs 4 levels, but you're not going to find that in 2.5 minutes.
I wonder what the most levels you can find in 2.5 minutes is at 19 minutes into the game. What if you just ate all 3 lanes?
You just turn on like speed hacks or something and just dash across the map?
Well, your team would be turbo behind. But would you be 16?
Good question.
We'll just watch the show that takes place in bot lane here.
Oh my goodness.
CC after CC. Stands United, channeled in the lane. And sure, will fall on down. Yes, you've buffered my HP bar, but you haven't protected me in the grand scheme of things. We've shown all our attention to the bottom lane. We fall on down to the skirmish. Nonetheless, red buff OP, phase rush, showcased that he could run him down throughout the entire long lane. And that gold lead was, what, 5k? Now soon to be 6k. Can they turn things around, though? Death Realm is not there. Nightfaller doesn't care. He flashes forward. The man's Chad!
Yeah, this is Chad Gaming.
Okay.
He couldn't get his shield off in time. He got CC'd by Crazy. Nice little laugh there, but this is a Baron buff going over to QUT, and this is what we're seeing. We're seeing Juby again. Had a bit of a rough start to the game, not going to lie, and managing to claw himself back into the game. Nightfall having a solid one, but for me, this is just a very good team performance coming out from QUT, and looks like they're not committing for this Baron.
They need to keep Seb in check right now. They cannot afford for him to steal this one away. Stormbring on to 4, that's huge, but it's not enough. Now they're going to take down Shaw as well. Deny as many people as they can. The Baron was so close. Luch was sniffing. He was keen to wipe them up. But they will disengage, be happy once again with a couple of picks to their name.
Yeah, it's just do they get this dragon now? Do they have enough tempo to get this dragon? I don't think so, because Seb is dead, Shaw's dead, and it's not something that they can do a significant amount of damage to when you have center as your ADC, right? Doesn't take neutral objectives that fast, and just going to see an Ocean Soul go the way of QUT unless Pentanet can find a pick here.
Big ultimates for the Tigers are there. We're talking Featherstorm, we're talking Destiny and Death Realm.
Mordekaiser is just a raid boss at this point.
There it is. There is the Death Realm. Where can you run? You can't run there because I will find you. Turn your nightlight off because there's nothing to see except that grey screen. Screams Nightfall as he takes down Luch. The solar flares are disengage. Now you definitely don't have any way to engage or contest this one. And it's looking like at the 22-minute mark here, Juice, the Tigers will get themselves an Ocean Soul.
Hey, from an analytical perspective, there's actually not much to cover here in the sense that I feel like for the last 10 minutes, both teams have died, ran out of base, and then fought somewhere else. But it's not even been like a setup. You know what I mean? It's been, yeah, we're going to play for top tier 1 turret. Okay. Let's use our globals to get there. Let's teleport, lose the fight. Okay, run bot side. Let's have that fight bot side. And it just feels like that QUT have come out on top each time, and now we're in the game state that we're in, and they've got the Ocean Soul and they're contesting for the Baron now.
What is this from like a psychological aspect? What do you think the scrims? Do you think that just both teams, yes, maybe whilst they warmed up, are just terrified, just incredibly nervous, or maybe the flip side, so hyped up that they're very much, tunnel vision on what they see in front of them?
I'm going to hold that thought because we do have a fight takeout here. Gooby gets over the wall.
Gooby receives the chains, but will not spread that and will dash away to safety. But Nightfaller, however, will not share that same fate. But Russell, as Rakan, incredibly mobile, will dash to a teammate, will dash to a target, and give Tekka a double kill.
Although it is a 1 for 2, you would have to say getting a shutdown onto the Kassadin is pretty important. And now, would you take the trade of getting, a shutdown for 2 kills on your Kassadin each time? So a 2 for 1, you lose 2 members, but you get 1. I would have to say, you know, if I'm being optimistic and I want my Kassadin to carry the game, I'd say it's almost worth it.
Worth it in that regard, but much like game 2, it's the battle between Xayah and Senna, and similar scoreline. The Senna is not able to achieve too much, but the Xayah is incredibly thick. Can Stormbringer be the deal breaker? Can Seb smite the others one away? No! He falls just before smite range is there for the taking. Baron buff, Ocean Soul, the Tigers at 24 minutes. Well and truly in the driving seat.
Yeah, 24-minute Baron buff, almost a 10,000 gold lead. Ocean Soul going to be very hard to stop this QUT from just pushing into the base now, and just been a very good team performance. I feel like I keep harping on that, but I don't think there's been one member that's been, you know, outstanding in particular. I feel like you look at Gooby now, right? You think he's had an extremely good game, but you know, it'd be important to look at the early game that played out and how he was just a little bit behind and probably, you know, rode off his bot lane a little bit, rode off his mid lane a little bit, and now it looks like Gooby's the one that's carrying this game. So that's again a real solid team performance, and whenever some member is a little bit down and out, then there's another member there to pick him back up and get him into the game.
Well, they're going to need to find a little bit of magic right now. 25 minutes in, the first inhibitor in the mid lane will fall on down. Tekka prepping waves topside, utilizing the Baron buff to inspire their cannon. Will nearly, ever so nearly, take down that top turret, threatening an inhibitor in that part of the map as well. Tigers are starting to create a pinch, lock Pinternet inside their base and say, whilst you're still so far away from that level 16 on Kassadin, there's just no chance for a comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, even, you know, let's fast forward, let's give Kassadin level 16. I still think it's a very hard ask to win a team fight from this point on. You know, but potentially we just see, again, a team fight breakout for this Elder Drake. It is in 250. Doesn't look like QUT are playing for anything more than just to wait for that, right? You can tell by the way they're moving. They got, you know, Nightfall is going to answer top lane most likely. Twisted Fate looking for it as well, so shouldn't be too much damage done in the side lane in the meantime.
How will they navigate themselves in this final portion of the game for both teams, really? I'm sure there's a degree of burden knowing that you're so far behind by 10k, but also knowing that you have so much at your disposal as to, well, how can we best utilize this? We're going to go bottom side right now. That's the first turret to fall on down. Working their way towards exposing another inhib turret, and continuing to say, you're not allowed to take any of these camps, you're not allowed to do anything on this map, but notice top side, Kassadin is there, he's gone for the stand unit with Shen, they're ganking onto the Twisted Fate, the Twisted Fate is looking like he's going to fall on down.
Nice. Good pick.
He will indeed. Is the price worth it? A second inhibitor drops. Now the Tigers are looking for the Nexus.
What can they get here now? Can they win a 4v5 with TF down? TF is not their strongest member, but you know, it is a little bit of CC, a little bit of annoyance and a bit of damage that's hard to deal with. 1 minute and 30 seconds until Elder Drake spawns, so its Baron will be no longer, and it is probably the last hope for Pentanet, right?
Well, there you go. I would say mission accomplished if you're talking about value achieved with a Baron buff there. 2 inhibs, perfect timing for a reset. Buy all the power you can find and get yourself in a position of strength in that river. Vision down low, and the ability to catch at a target. Question is though, will they even want to go for this Elder? Will they even want to put it down to a 50-50, or will they use Tekka to try and feign a backdoor attempt? So many questions, and right now you have to say that Tigers possess all the options.
Yeah, I mean, the one option Pentanet have here is just sack all their minion waves, or at least get one to a point in which you can contest this dragon, right? So the wave that Kassadin's on right now, potentially you just run with that one, try get that as far as deep as you can into the enemy, you know, side of the map before you contest this. And the hard part about this game now is that Kassadin won't be able to be there. Kassadin's going to have to match this TF in top lane, side lane, and teleport in. So I have to wait and see how they play this one out. Again, QUT can't get too overexcited. They can't try and end this game in one quick Elder Drake start, if you will. They need to play this one out slowly, because again, if you do lose that Smite Steal, if you do lose that Elder Drake, then the fight really just does become, you know, favorable for the side that has the Elder Drake. It is that strong of a buff.
The Elder has
Will they make it in time?
They're going to start it right now. Keep an eye on Tekka's position on that mini-map right now. He's hiding in the shrub. No, he's in a group with the team right now. Here he goes. What on earth has he just done? He has just stolen the Elder.
Goodness.
I swear, will you never see
A crazier finish to a
my
quarterfinal than this one
goodness.
right here. When Seb is called upon down by 10k gold, he says, put your trust in me, I will smite steal.
Okay, let me explain why that is as bad as you. So you might think, like, people watching might think they've got 2 inhibitors, it's not that bad, they won't be able to do much with the Elder. You're losing 2 super waves of farm, okay? Because this is all bonus gold that Pentanet are getting right now, okay? You're getting that bonus gold and bonus farm, bonus EXP onto a Kassadin. Kassadin's level 15, this Kassadin's basically 16 after this bot wave, okay? And so all of a sudden, you're bleeding gold as well as giving them a godlike buff. And so now, we actually have a game on our hands and it comes down to a little bit of execution. 15 out of 16, yep. 15 out of 16. I can't wait for it to tick to 16 out of 16.
Wow.
Monka
He's
S,
had
15 out of 16. Monka S.
He's had a fair bunch of close calls, has Luch, this game. There is the 16, and with an Elder buff, if he locks you in his sights, you are as much as dead. The first inhibitor has respawned in the mid lane.
Yep.
Bot lane will be up in just under a minute.
And
Baron
so,
buff is there. The question is, what do the Tigers do now?
well, they have to wait. They wait out the Elder, but you remember the game state we're in, right? And the EXP differentials across the board. All of a sudden, you're 1 level down on top lane only. You're only 1 level down in jungle. You're up 1 level in mid lane. You're even in ADC. You see how big 2 inhibitor swings are? If you ever throw on 2 inhibitors, you bleed so much gold and EXP. And, you know, now the fact that they have an Elder Drake, obviously it's timing out in a hot minute. It's probably going to go out soon. Like, I actually can't see it. Can you see it? How long's left on that Elder?
We can't see it. There's
Yeah.
no duration on
There's
that
no
buff,
duration
but
on it, but, you know, it's going away
Imagine-
soon. They're just using the Elder Drake to wait up their inhibitors, but now this Kassadin is just in such a scary spot that you have to say it's, if he finds backline access, they're as good as
Oh
dead.
no. Look at Kassadin. He's teleporting to their red buff. That's a collapse. That's a pinch on the Tekker. Will he burn
And
the
now they're
Zonius?
just
It'd be
gonna
a waste of time. Elder just destroys him.
But they
Makes
got the
very
Baron
light
for
work
it. They did get the
of
Baron
that,
for it.
Of that bot wave. Yep, they get the Baron buff. So was that the plan? Tekker sacking his life, taking out all the attention from Pensnet. I would say, if you had to argue, probably worth.
Yeah, and I mean, now you have the Volibear ultimate, right? So do you just, and this looks like this is the play that they're going to make. Do they just straight turret dive in the mid lane? Or does Kassadin look in the side lane? Because I'd love to see kind of a Nightfaller and Luch 1v1 in the side lane, and it looks like we're going to get it. See the double 2 Rift Walks now? Third's going on the head, Shen's coming on through.
Stand
Nightfaller
United.
flashes
Yep,
away.
that turret is very
Yep.
low. Okay, it's not found. They will not connect with it. Nope, he's going to be able to run away. He had to burn that flash, but utilized the Ocean Soul to good effect to continue to regen and ensure that he is not in lethal range.
That's a good-
The Tigers are content with 2 situations
The
now
flank.
where their opponents are running away from them to try and push these waves with the Baron buff to try and retake down those inhibitors.
And all of a sudden, again, we're just in a stale game. Like they don't want to be caught anywhere near this Kassadin level 17. Now do we start talking about 17 out of 16 complete? Because the death cap is 1k away for this Kassadin, by the way. He's picked up the 2nd large rod, and all they're hoping for is this death cap on Kassadin. I think once Kassadin gets death cap, we don't talk about gold lead anymore. All we talk about is team fight execution. Because if there's a multi-stack roof walk coming on top of someone's head, then you're as good as dead.
We've seen situations when Kassadin is at this point in the game, and you're quite right. You have no agency really allowing the game to go to this point if you're versing that kind of champion.
And in terms of CS, everywhere is even across the board. Only Luch is the one that's close to a flame horizon. So the gold lead that you actually see is just turrets. Pentanet have got 0 turrets, but that's okay because they're still in this game.
8 turrets to 0. They've done a fantastic job there, hoovering up all the CS that has come their way from those inhibitors falling on down. Can they find a pick? You can see that they are crazy about how they initiate. But no doubt Pensnet are also crazy on how they can look to try and turn things around. That mid inhibitor will fall on down again. Guardian Angel is there for the Graves. Bot lane is being prepped as well, and that's looking like the next target.
Kassadin
Top
has no
lane
death cap.
Top lane is so far away.
And that Solar Flare will not connect. That's one big ultimate gone right now. Sure, going in for the two-man taunt. There's the Storm bringing a lock of him down. Can they try and find that key target? Lurch is low. He's forced to flash away, but Eden gets one. Oh, there was the Rift Forks. He finds one. Serves Embrace, tops him up, but there's not enough. He's going to fall on down, Juice. Big shutdown. They put all their hopes and dreams on this one man. But the Tigers just had enough of a steady hand to guide themselves to the finishing line, and they will be your second semi-finalist. At 34 minutes in, the Tigers, tense as they come, were able to give us a banger and a closeout to our very first playoffs.
Yeah, congratulations to QUT. They've worked extremely hard for this. You know, I've seen pictures on social media of them, you know, VOD reviewing games, getting into scrims and making sure that they were prepared for this. And you know, you probably can't prepare for an Elder Drake steal. They did everything right. They played the early game exceptionally well, and just a little hiccup at the finish line made this game kind of a lot closer than it needed to be. But nevertheless, well done to them, and excited to see them progress and see what they can do.
And what they can do is go up against an opponent in the Diacarbs, which is going to be a very formidable opponent to try and take it to. You know, teams have tried, but they have retained that 10-0 score sheet. I do believe we actually have the playoffs bracket to bring up. There it is. And as you can see, we started with Mammoth Academy taking down Legacy Genesis in a clean 2-0. They progressed on through to take on the University of Queensland's Union, the second seed coming in, who got a bye round this week. That will be up next week as the Diacarbs will be the second semi-final to look forward to your new semi-finalists in the QUT Tigers. It's going to be a tough match there, Juice. Do you see a world in which the Tigers can go further based on the current form of the Diacarbs?
Look, you know, if anything's taught me, the one thing that I've learned about Gauntlet by playing in Gauntlets is that you actually get better as time goes on. Once you get that first game out of the way, you feel far more confident. So you know what, if I was Diacarbs, it's actually quite a scary possibility for them that they're versing a team who's got their nerves out of the way. They're versing a team who you know, they know what it's like now to play in a playoffs tournament, and they're ready and they're ready to go because, you know, they're not favorites to win that, and they can go in with that mentality and just go in with that, you know, guns blazing. It's going to be a bit of a banger, if you ask me.
Bit of a banger. Obviously, the second semi-final also going to be a fantastic situation as well. We got tons of League of Legends in the Oceanic region to look forward to. This is the OCS Challenger Series, but tomorrow the OPL, the Premier League, actually kicks off, and we've got a Super Week to close out their regular split, week number 10. That is 12 games as opposed to the normal 8. So if you're a fan of what we have to offer down under, for those international viewers that are tuning on in, then definitely tune in. Same channel, same place here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern. But that does it for us tonight here with the opening round, I should say, of the playoffs here, Juves. Anything to add on your end?
No, if you want to come watch OPL, I'll be there in chat. I'll be memeing in Twitch chat. So come copy and paste the memes that I put in chat, because I do like the support when people copy and paste it back.
Copy, paste, highlight those messages, use those channel points to good effect. But thanks everyone for tuning in. As always, this is us closing off for tonight. As always, a big shout out to our sponsors as well in EPOS, Macca's, and Neosurf. And from myself, everybody behind the scenes, and Jews, I'm sure as well. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
And that's a beautiful Hemo play, gone to multiple members. They shut down all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill. Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Raze doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chair hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup. Woo!
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants. Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,